Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the January 10, 2023 regular monthly meeting of the Tiverton Planning Board. And as usual, I will begin our meeting tonight with a roll call of members to establish a quorum, and it looks like we have a rare full house tonight. So I will start with Rosemary Eva.
Present.
Amanda Souza Vieira.
Present.
Adam Raposa. Peter Bramante.
Present.
Christine Shea. Janice Gomes.
Present.
Chris Shriver.
Here.
Tricia Hilton.
Present.
And I'm Stu Hardy, and I'm here. And I'd also like to introduce you to, or call your attention to the fact that we have Ashley Sweet with us tonight. She is the interim planner AO, and she is just on my left. And in between us is Todd Romano, our legal counsel, and Ed Rotella. Where's Ed?
He's behind the pole.
There he is. Ed Rotella is our land use clerk. I don't see Rick Rogers tonight, but I do see Nathan Michael, who was sitting next to Ed Rotella, who was our consulting engineer with Weston and Sampson. So with that, I would like to begin with agenda item number 1, and I will invite the applicant for Sousa Road condominiums, and I see Mr. Bill Landry and his team coming up. And while they're getting organized, I'd just like to say a few words of background. This is Sousa Road condominiums is a mixed-use project located on about 8.5 undeveloped acres in a general commercial and pedestrian-friendly destination zone. And it has frontage on both Sousa Road and Main Road, so it's roughly at the corner, at the northeast corner of Sousa and Main in North Tiverton, north of Route 24. It's a mixed-use project with 46 housing units, including affordable units, so it's a comprehensive permit project, among other things. We had a public hearing back November 15 of last year. And I thought it was a very productive session with a lot of good comments and a lot of good suggestions made and a lot of good dialogue and interaction between the planning board and the applicant. And then subsequent to that, an ad hoc technical review committee meeting was held just before Christmas. I think it was December 22nd. And some technical issues were raised, and a number of those issues, I believe, as well as issues that were raised at the public hearing in November, have now been addressed by the applicant. So I'd like to invite Mr. William Landry, the legal counsel for the applicant, to make any opening remarks he cares to make at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hardy. I'll keep it brief. I know you are all familiar with the general concept, but there may be members of the public here who are not, so I'll just try to hit the real core points. As the chair has mentioned, we've got a mixed-use project here. There are 7 sections of this project that we don't own the corner on Sousa Road and Main Road, but we've got 8.18 acres in that section, excluding the corner itself, and about 460 feet of frontage on Main Street. Our zoning is general commercial, and as the side, I know we don't have, well, we do have it wrapped up on the screen. As you wrap around from Main Road on the left or west side of the plan, we're proposing, oh, thanks, Chris. We're proposing a commercial building here of about 2,400 square feet. The site is divided topographically in a substantial way. There's a big change in topography, a big gulf here. that makes it not practical to traverse the whole site by vehicle from Main Road all the way around and out at Sousa Road. And so there's no real vehicular connectivity there. So there's two entrances to the project. One to access this commercial building on Main Road. This corner here of Main and Sousa, we don't actually own. And then moving around toward the east on Sousa Road, the second entrance to the property is on the north side of Sousa Road. The property will abut a project that's recently gotten preliminary plan approval, the Becasset Reserve. Unlike the Becasset Reserve, which is exclusively residential, this project has a mixed-use component. We've talked about one of the commercial buildings. Another one is in this location. That's proposed to be a restaurant. The actual brand or type of restaurant is yet to be determined. There may be some greater clarity on that as we reach the master plan stage of review. And then as we move around the site this way, we've got 4 mixed-use buildings here. Buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4, and associated parking. These buildings each have about 2,000 square feet of commercial space on the first level. And that could be one commercial use that's all 2,000 or so square feet, or it could be 4 different commercial units. But on the upper part, the upper 2 stories of these 4 buildings, each building is going to have 9 residential flats, 2-bedroom flats, residential uses. And then as we move on to the last 3 buildings, those are townhouse buildings. In those 3 units, there'll be 7 townhouse units, again, 2 bedrooms, about 1,300 square feet of residential gross living area in those units. And each unit will also have 1 live-work unit. That's a 2-bedroom residence suitable for someone who owns one of the commercial units here. So as the chair mentioned, we've got a total of 46 units, nothing more than a 2-bedroom unit, and 11 low and moderate income housing units. It's not low income units, unfortunately, but it's workforce housing, moderate income housing for households of 120% of median income or less. And then we've got some very nice amenities that include a green space area, and more significantly, an overlook here that is a great place to see all the way down the bay, and that area is proposed to be made available to not just the residents, but to people who want to go and enjoy that feature of the property. There were a couple of big or significant asks by the board at the public hearing that took place back in November. One was to try to configure a connection point for pedestrians to be able to move from Main Road to Sousa through the development, through that gulf there. And we've designed, for conceptual purposes, a pedestrian walkway. Has to be serpentine for the grades to make sense for most people. But we did the research on it. ADA compliance is not necessary. We thought that might be a significant constraint, but in a private development, a walking path and trail along those lines And this is shown conceptually here. These are very recent iterations of the plan, but the point is that we are in agreement and find it feasible to make the pedestrian connection that was requested from Main Road up to the overlook and through the development. Another thing we were asked to do is to create better connectivity between these parking areas on the north end of the site and the walking areas of the site. And we were asked to create some sidewalks that come from those parking areas out to the front of those buildings in this area. They hadn't been on the initial draft of the plan. These things emerged from both the public hearing and the technical review committee. Another big issue that consumed probably most of the time at the TRC meeting was what this entrance would look like. This is a 20-foot wide private right-of-way entrance from Sousa Road. And there was a suggestion that an alternative means of access, we've got very limited frontage here, there's some wetlands constraints, but some effort to make that entrance more suitable, perfect, that's much better, enlarged, to make that entrance suitable. I think what we're looking at here is an alternative plan that was presented at the TRC that would be more of a boulevard road with 2 lanes of 20 feet or almost 20 feet going in this way. And we're happy to do this. This is feasible. However, the thrust of the discussion at the TRC was that a wide boulevard of this nature may not produce enough juice for the squeeze, or words to that effect, because it only covers a fairly short distance and would create a barrier to pedestrian traffic along the new sidewalks here being installed on Sousa Road, and that probably the safety concerns could probably be addressed equally through keeping the existing entrance as 20 feet, but having emergency access, have a built-up area over the landscaped area here so that emergency vehicles could pass over the median area that was on the original design. And that was a conclusion of the fire chief after substantial discussion, that they'd rather have it the way that it was. We're happy to build it either way, but that was the consensus of a very robust and constructive discussion where no one was championing any particular approach here. And then the other thing we've done as a result of the TRC is to do some additional testing of the internal circulation and radius turning radii for the Tiverton fire apparatus in particular. I think we had used Middletown or Portsmouth previously, and it was pretty close, but with a wink, we were asked to make it specific to Tiverton to be sure it all works. We did that, and we also did the same thing for large garbage truck turning radii, and we've got very good circulation here. And I don't want to be the engineer here.
No, you got it, Bill. You got it.
Ask Chris to just either affirm that or correct anything that I may have said incorrectly. And all of these things are reflected in the proposed draft conditions of approval in the staff report, with which we take no exception whatsoever. I did miss one, installing sidewalks on Main Road and on Sousa Road to the west of the property line and eventually into future development. The pedestrian path is a proposed condition that I've described. One that I didn't mention was an access easement back here to the cemetery. I think it's right here. It's described access and utilities easement, but that's designed to provide safe and convenient access to the cemetery for the folks that are all volunteers, I think, that maintain that cemetery, and right now don't really have a good way to get back there. And then the extension of these sidewalks back in this area, we talked about earlier, that's a fourth condition. And then the fifth condition was the pedestrian access from the overlook to the first commercial building and the connectivity here. We do concur with the proposed findings that track the elements of approval or denial in the comprehensive plan. We had submitted a detailed report by Ed Pimentel, a planner, and the proposed findings and the planner's report are very consistent that this is really what's drawn up in the future land use provisions of the comp plan and affordable housing provisions of the comp plan to have higher density, mixed use, and multifamily precisely in this area of town and precisely on this lot. The mixed use is a permitted use here, and the density that the affordable housing plan element of the 2018 comp plan, the current comp plan, envisions this northwest quadrant here, north of Sousa Road, as the highest density residential area, and the area that's being most looked to accomplish the town's affordable housing objectives. Mostly because the infrastructure's there, unlike, you know, the rest of the town. I know the board's interested in hearing about waivers. There was some mention of them in the draft decision and a finding that they're consistent with good planning practice. There was an exhibit attached to our application that had a list of waivers, none of which is unusual for a comp permit, including comp permits that have come before this board. I don't know if you have easy access to that, but I'm just gonna ask if that could just be passed along. Thank you, Mr. Shriver. This would be a good tool because the waivers, although they're referred to in one of the findings, are not specifically listed in the staff report. And this attachment may not have been that conspicuous coming on the, you know, as an exhibit to the original application. Many of these are very, very minor. The first section is a checklist for, I'll wait till it circulates. And there's no aversion in any of these waivers as to providing anything to the board. It's more of a sequence thing. Your checklists provide for items to come in at the master plan stage that more traditionally are preliminary plan items and that are that benefit from a greater degree of engineering, design, and certainty, and including architectural certainty. But the checklist items on which we sought a waiver to the preliminary plan approval were written comments from the technical review committee. We've obviously had a meeting of that committee, but I'm not sure that that's been reduced to minutes at this point. And it may not be until after the master plan stage. There's a zoning determination letter from the building official, item number 29 that we've asked. These are all deferrals to the preliminary plan stage. Item 31, the determination of the building official if a soil erosion and sediment control plan is required. That's likely to be required, but that determination, again, should benefit from an engineered plan as opposed to a concept plan. With respect to item number 36, the environmental report, the very robust environmental report was prepared by Sage Environmental. It was a phase 1 environmental site assessment that is roughly 100, 200 pages long, that described the long history of the property. There was 6 above-ground storage terminals when it was owned by Northeast Petroleum. That use was discontinued in 1985. Those 6 above-ground storage tanks were removed. The environmental site assessment describes that the review at that time was that the subject site was included in site-wide soil sampling, groundwater sampling, test pitting, biobed remediation, and potential off-site soil removal, all under the supervision of DEM, meaning that the site has been satisfactorily remediated and doesn't constitute an existing environmental state that requires action, and has been deemed acceptable for residential use without restrictions. However, Sage Environmental recommended that during the soil testing and other geotechnical work that's done at the preliminary plan stage, that if anything is discovered that changes this assessment and the assumptions that it's based on, that there be a phase 2 environmental report and that those issues be addressed. So we've provided the phase 1. Usually a phase 2 doesn't come unless there's something that indicates there should be further testing, which the phase 1 disclaimed. But if there is going to be a phase 2, we're asking that it be submitted at the preliminary plan stage, because that's when it would be discovered that there's a need for a phase 2, if that makes sense. Because we wouldn't be doing another environmental assessment unless something happened to render any of these assumptions that were made in this report incorrect. There's also a determination letter that we'd like to provide at the preliminary plan stage that comes from the DPW director, that the plan meets the town's stormwater control design and street design, that the stormwater management gets engineered at the preliminary plan, and that's usually the stage at which that is done. Same thing with the required letter from the DPW director that any connection to a town road or other right-of-way is required. I'm not sure we're dealing with that now, since it doesn't look like there are any town roads or rights-of-way. They're both state roads, Sousa Road and Main Road. And that the design of streetlights be considered at the preliminary plan as well when the actual site is designed. The letter of eligibility from Rhode Island Housing, also at the preliminary plan stage. On road design standards, there's a minimum paved right-of-way width of 30 feet. This is going to be a one-lot subdivision, all one lot. We're not proposing private right-of-ways. We're really talking about driveways, and we are providing walkways, sidewalks, and so forth. Our proposed our proposed right-of-way width from the outset has been 20 feet. That was not called into question at all by the public safety folks. Again, there was some debate about extending that to 40 feet where the driveway goes into the property, but public safety's preference was to keep it at 20 feet with a wider area that could be accessed by emergency vehicles. the town regulations talk about a 100-foot undisturbed upland from wetlands as defined by state law, and, you know, whatever, we're proposing to follow all DEM regulations, whatever that may be. The wetland regulations of the state take precedent, that there certainly wouldn't be any less than 100 feet in most cases, but we're proposing to follow all applicable DEM wetland setbacks and regulations, and have designed the site conceptually to meet that requirement. And then, of course, there is the usual density waiver from the density requirements of the ordinance. In a general commercial zone like this, the residential density is determined by the zoning, the nearest residential zoning district, and that's R60 here. So the base density is R60 density, which on a site of this size would call for about 5 or 6 units, residential units. We're obviously proposing in excess of that, and that is the density bonus, somewhere in the area of 37 units thereabouts. We did, in the Deprete narrative, provide a yield analysis of approximately 5 or 6 units under the R60 zoning. And I think those are all of the waivers that were requested in the application. There is one that's implicit in the master plan design. You're obviously would be approving a project that has 7 different buildings, 7 different residential buildings, and then 2 commercial buildings. There are 9 buildings. There is a dimensional requirement in the zoning ordinance that there can't be more than 1 dwelling on a lot. And so that would prohibit most types of multifamily housing like this, condominiums. It's been a waiver and granted in other projects like this, including Pecasset Reserve. If the ordinance had to be followed, all 46 units here would have to be in one building. And I don't think anybody wants that on this site, or probably anywhere else in this area. And this is an architecturally very impressive way of dispersing mass across the site and having little buildings and having it all work a lot better than if it was just one big apartment building. So I think that's covers the waivers issues, Mr. Chair, and generally summarizes what we're doing here. But I know we're excited about the direction of the project, and are happy to, and looking forward to continuing to work with the board at the preliminary plan stage to get a more precise, fully engineered project, and whatever changes that may require. So we have Chris Duhamel from Deprete, who could just say a few words about whether the engineering overview was adequate or needs to be added to. I'd invite Jeremy to do the same thing as to anything else we may have talked about. Ed is here from Beta Engineering. He was the author of the traffic report. I don't believe there's anything controversial here. The Wesson and Sampson staff report suggested some technical changes and additions and notes to both the civil plans and the traffic impact report. Had no substantive objection with any of that, but we have no problem with any of the recommendations that were listed in either Ashley's report or in the Wesson and Sampson staff report.
I think probably at this point, it would be best to open the discussion to any questions or comments from any board members, and then I'm going to get to Ashley and also to Nate for any of their comments. And then we can decide how to go from there. So I invite any member of the board who wants to make a comment or ask a question to do so now.
Do I have to be the first one again?
I don't see any other hand going up. I think I see Tricia Hilton has her hand up, so you're off the hook.
Okay.
Yes, Tricia?
Three things quickly. Just to clarify, the straight line that I see next to the entrance is in fact a sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
I think that, I think that I mentioned at the last meeting that I was curious to understand how the use table was going to apply to the commercial buildings here, because it is in the general commercial zone, and normally some of those things don't easily coexist with residential uses. So I'm curious as to how you see that being resolved. I will tell you, my main concern is that Tiverton has enough issues with its zoning as it is. This is a, project where you'll have a lot of people working in close proximity to their living space, and I'd prefer not to see the town have to be adjudicating, complicated decisions about balancing a working environment, given that it's the general commercial zone.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that we would be open to we're not looking to put a gas station here. If anybody wants to, I'll be the one I'll be the one to mention it. And we are open to a condition that the condominium documents, which will have restrictions on use, will have to be approved. That's a preliminary plan checklist item anyway on all of the restrictions, and the board will review the restrictions at that time. And we'll be looking to the applicant to have restrictions on commercial uses that, though may be permitted in the general commercial zone, are not compatible with residential uses in the same building. And we don't want to. I mean, it is a commercial zone, but we'll never rent a residential unit if somebody's operating a sawmill in the commercial unit in their building. So I think we're with you on that, and would welcome further review on that as we look at what our market is and what we really think is feasible for a mixed blended community like this.
The zoning official had an opinion also on that at TRC, and he said from a building permit aspect, it has to be compatible, given the fire code, given the use. So that was vetted out somewhat at TRC.
Yeah, he had indicated that fire code won't allow certain uses to be mixed with residential.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just would not like to see the town become the adjudicating body here for discussions about, it's a general commercial zone, so therefore I'm entitled to have this. But if you handle it on your end in a clear way with whatever the board or the homeowners association is, then we're not in that discussion.
That's belt and suspenders, as Bill has.
And the last thing I'd like to say to Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that we have an opportunity to speak, but I will say I'm very curious to hear from both Ashley and Todd, particularly with the arrival of the plans. I reviewed the memos that I was provided in the earlier sets of plans. I didn't really have a lot of time to look at the latest set of plans, so I would like to hear from our advisors on that issue.
Yes, yes. I just have a quick comment to the applicant. I'm not sure if I was following what Mr. Landry was saying about an easement, a pedestrian access easement for members of the Tiverton Historic Cemeteries Commission to access the cemetery, which is not actually on your property. Will that be from Sousa Road or Main Road? Because I'm told by members of the commission that going up the hill from Main Road with the equipment that they have to get up there to do weed whacking and that kind of thing is really pretty strenuous. And if possible, they would like the access to be from Sousa Road, from up the hill on Sousa Road, so that they could just walk across the eastern border of your property, more or less. I don't know if that's feasible or not, but maybe Chris.
That is what is being illustrated on this.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I wasn't.
Being able to drive to the nearest access point and then having a pathway that can be traversed that slope.
Okay, and then I'd like to just make one comment, not addressed to the applicant so much as to the audience, which is, we're at the master plan stage of review, so we're looking at the big picture. The next stage of review is called preliminary plan, and that's where we do the heavy-duty engineering. So we don't have to solve all of the engineering issues tonight. That will happen when we get to preliminary plan stage. And everybody will have an opportunity to make any comments or suggestions that they have at that time. Now,
Can I just ask a question? Follow up on what you suggested? Are you talking about a recorded easement to the historical, is that the historical commission to get to the cemetery?
I don't know that it needs to be a recorded easement. I think it just needs to be, well, we can perhaps talk about that later on, because we don't have to make that decision tonight either. And I'd like maybe a representative of the commission to address that issue. But in understanding that they will be able to cross your property with their usual equipment, handheld equipment.
Yeah, I think it has to be, Don Huggins has had that discussion and made the commitment, so there's gonna be a condo plan that's gonna have to reflect that easement that's been drawn there,
Okay.
and we're gonna have to describe what the rights are
Right.
and who can do it, so we have no issue with that.
I mean, in some ways, it's no different than all the other paths and walkways that we intend to be available
Yeah,
to the public.
yeah.
I mean, it's not just that group that could use that walkway to go up and visit that historic cemetery, so.
Exactly.
I think it would fall in the same spirit of all of the site.
Exactly. In fact,
access
that would be a nice
walkways.
feature. It would be a nice feature. Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. Landry, you don't have a problem with a recorded easement?
No, I think it's necessary.
I do
I
too.
wouldn't count on it if I were the cemetery folks.
That's my position as well. I'm sure Mr. Huggins may agree, but I don't know who's going to come after him.
So, I actually, I'm going to call on Rosemary, and then I'm going to call on Peter.
Okay. I was an attendant at the 22nd December meeting, and I thought it was an excellent TRC meeting. I have not had a chance to read the primary decision, since I just got it today. And a couple questions that were asked there, and that was about the stormwater management and the sewerage easement across the property. I believe it was said that you would check into it, Chris?
Yes, yeah, what's shown on the master plan, the existing conditions plan are, in fact, existing sewer.
This is the plan you just sent?
No, this is a plan that was submitted previous, and the question arose whether this was an existing sewer system. A 15-inch PVC sewer across Main Street was questioned, and it was actually measured by DePrete Engineering and verified to exist. So there is a sewer out there, and we're
It's there.
going to tie
Okay.
into it.
And the other thing Mr. Landry brought up tonight, as you know, environmental's been an issue with me as far as the tank farm and everything. But who determines whether or not the Phase 2 will be required? Will it be your engineers if they see something when you're constructing? Is that how it works?
It's Sage Engineering that is going to be contracted for that next level.
They'll be monitoring during the construction?
They'll be taking soil samples. What is premature is if you go across the entire site, there's no requirement to mediate in the open space areas if it's prohibitive
It
for.
does leach, doesn't it?
It doesn't, in the reports that were given, it's not a leaching contaminant.
Having seen that when it was in operation, I have my doubts. So,
Well-
but I'm not an expert.
Bill described it pretty
Good.
spot on, so the next level will give further verification of that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And I'd just like to say that the Phase 1, 2, and 3 environmental site assessment process is governed by protocols of ASTM, the American Society of Testing and Materials, and it's a system that is very, very common whenever any kind of land is transferred that has had industrial use. So it's not a subjective decision that's going to be made. It's a decision that the courts recognize. Peter, you had a question or a comment?
Thanks. I had just two quick clarification questions. But first, I also just wanted to thank the applicant for really listening and taking to heart and being quite diligent, honestly, in trying to make the changes and the accommodations. We don't always get that level of compliance, and I really appreciate that, and I think it should be stated. And I think it's made the project better. So I, for one, am very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just wondered if you would clarify it may be too early at this stage, but in the newly shown pedestrian access, both the serpentine access to the overlook and then the one to the cemetery, what was the material of the path that you're considering?
Jeremy could speak to that also, but we were thinking of a walking path, a stone dust type walking path rather than a hard surface.
Okay.
And I think even the serpentine requires some stairs, doesn't it?
Oh, it does, it will. It's conceptual in nature there, but it does reflect that it has to switch back to negotiate that slope. There's not a lot of room, like the access to the cemetery. I initially showed a switchback at the TRC meeting, and Jeremy pointed out, isn't it easy just to move the entrance to where it's shown now? So that design will be straightened out at preliminary.
I think that's great, and obviously trying to keep it as pervious as possible, and then I know there's more maintenance probably for you, but I think that keeping it more naturalized as well would be really a great amenity. And then I just wondered, would you please clarify the entrance and all the work you did in showing sort of that boulevard versus the original? So I wasn't quite sure where you landed and what public safety had to say, and I was just hoping you would clarify that again, and especially about the pedestrian, the sidewalk, and how it interfaces with that.
Let me take a crack at that. So in the alternative study where we looked at adding additional roadway,
Yeah.
what we realized was we were also creating a very wide drive for pedestrians to cross, both to try to get into the project, but also across that entry, that drive on Souza, where we're going to be adding additional sidewalks. So the discussion we had with the fire chief was really about the trade-off of additional vehicular access at the expense of pedestrian safety. And he was of the mindset that, I looked at this before and I was perfectly happy with it. I think you guys are working too hard to solve the problem we don't think we have. And it only, in theory, creates a secondary access for the same 50 feet that the access is in any case. So he thought it wasn't really required. We generally agreed that this seemed like the original seemed like a better approach from a pedestrian standpoint. So that's why we thought we would fall back to this.
He actually had concerns with the new design he was a little concerned that the trucks might not be able to swing in that way, and that they would be, even though it's designed as a traversable island, they would be driving over that island. And I think the consensus at that meeting was that there was no increase in public safety that made it worth changing the design and getting that wider access for crossing for pedestrians.
So it will remain at the original spec size? Okay, great. I appreciate that, thanks.
Peter? At the TRC, we also asked Chris to show us approximately how close that entrance was to the entrance from the Hawkins, what is it, Picasso Reserve was, it is, I think they said about 100 feet, did you not?
And Chris, do you find that to be adequate site distance, 100 feet?
Yes, yes.
That's
The
fine.
the consumer site distance is Sousa Road in of itself, the peak of Sousa Road.
Right.
And approaching that peak from that location, Beta Engineering recommended for greater safety. Moving it down the hill would be counter.
I'm going to go to the audience if there are no more questions from the board itself at this time, although the board can always come back.
The only thing I have is just a quick comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I work very full-time. So when we received this, well, I received the updated site plan today. I mean, I opened it very quickly. I wasn't able to get in-depth into it and really review any of the information. So if you could just keep in mind that we all work, I work very full-time, and I can't, in such a short amount of time, look this over properly and thoroughly. I mean, it's just kind of unacceptable to me.
So if I can just, I think there was plans that were submitted electronically on Friday afternoon. There were plans that were dropped off in paper version on Monday. Those were distributed electronically, and it was offered that you could pick up paper plans on Monday. And then today at like 11 o'clock, an email came through with a new set of plans. And so I think there was some confusion within Dupree that the first set of plans that went out had the layer turned off that showed that walking path, that showed those pedestrian sidewalks. And so there was a little bit of confusion there. And so in speaking with the chair in advance of the meeting, because the memo that you have in front of you as a draft decision was based on the plans that came in on Friday that don't show these amenities, there are conditions of approval that require those things as part of the master plan. So the idea would be to not concern yourself with the fact that there were plans that were submitted at 11 o'clock today that reflect those changes. You don't have to consider those plans. It's the previous plans that were submitted that the memo is based on, that the decision would be based on, with the caveat that plans on a Friday at 2 o'clock are not a whole lot better, but are better than receiving plans the day of the meeting. So I think that's where we kind of landed. The applicant is aware that that's the intent of the board, is to base the decision on the plans that were dated the 5th, not the electronic version that was submitted today.
It's still, I mean, it's a lot. I mean, this isn't a paid position, and I'm trying to work 40-plus hours a week. So getting things that are a day, 2 days, it's hard for me to divulge into stuff like that. So I think even today is definitely a no. But, I mean, diving into stuff like that, it's not fair. Again, it's like, this is not a paid position. We're doing this because we care about our community. So I think you need to take into the consideration our time is valuable, just as much as yours, so.
Yeah, we
Proper planning.
appreciate that. I mean, a lot of times you don't do another plan at master plan. Often the master plan decision is a list of things that you need to address in the preliminary plan. So we were not going to revise the plans at all. And in fact, the draft motion was prepared based on, look, we want you to have a pedestrian access, we want you to bring a sidewalk from here to there, we want you to do this. There were 4 or 5 things that are reflected here, sidewalks. If the draft decision says you're gonna do those things, we supplied these plans mostly to say, you know what, we can do these things, they're feasible. We wanted to know that they were feasible. This is how it would look, but we don't need another plan. We need to say how we have to change the old plan. This is what it's gonna look like,
Right.
but that on the wall is not even the real plan. That's the plan plus the narrative conditions that are in the draft motion,
Yeah,
basically.
and another thing too is, I'm not an engineer, nowhere close to an engineer, and I'm learning every day, and I think a lot of us are too, trying to figure out all these, you know, the comprehensive plan, but there's some of us are more seasoned than others on a lot of these issues. So I'm doing rescue mode, I'm doing counting, I'm doing, you know, so on and so forth. So when I'm ready to turn my brain off from all that onto this, I'm still learning and still trying to understand like a lot of things. So someone maybe like Ashley that's like, well, this is this and this is that. It takes me a little longer to kind of understand some of this stuff. So maybe just being patient with us on that part.
Oh, we're
myself.
totally patient, and Ashley was looking out for you. She put the stop sign up and
Yeah.
said, we're not gonna look at this. We're gonna
Yeah.
look at your old plan and tell you how to change it.
Right.
And that's really what we've got.
But see, like this plan with that plan with this one, it's like, it's a lot to take in for someone that's just from the community, that's trying to grasp all of these pages and pages of rules and how it fits in with this and how to read all of this stuff. I mean, it's a lot for
It is.
someone. I've been on the board for a little bit, but there's still things I don't, you know, but I want to look out for my community and do the best I can, but I just ask for a little patience and a little time when we're reviewing stuff, at least for me.
Thank you.
Understood.
So I think I see one member of the public, Susan Anderson, would you come forward, state your name?
Yes,
and-
Susan Anderson, and I am speaking on behalf of the Historical Cemeteries Commission. I want to thank you for putting in that pedestrian walkway to the cemetery in back of your parking lot. That's going to ease us a lot. However, I just want to mention that the entrance, the south entrance to that cemetery is about two-thirds. Okay, so you have it's like two-thirds of the, it's not quite in the middle of the south. It's like two-thirds more east, yeah. So you have like a third of the wall, and then you have the opening, and then you have another two-thirds of the wall to the west. So your path is ending at the wall, but it's really got to go like, you know, in front of that wall, in front of the south wall to get in there for us.
Okay.
But I really appreciate that. That's going to be a heck of a lot easier for us to manage. So,
We'll move up to that gate and make sure that you take a picture of it.
yeah, there is a gate on that side. It's open right now, but it's a old wrought iron gate that we'll probably have to fix or something at some point, but yeah, it's a heck of a lot better. Thank you so much.
So I'd like to call on Nathan now to give us his take on the engineering, not necessarily on the engineering or the plans that have come in the last couple of days, but the earlier version, which is really what we're going to be taking action on tonight.
Yeah, so I was at the TRC, and the plans that came on Friday seemed to address.
Nathan, why don't you actually come up and speak into the microphone? I think that people will hear you a little bit better. We should have a microphone for you, but
Yeah, so I was at the TRC, and I wrote a memo that I think was provided to the applicant with some comments. The only two items from the TRC that I was just going to mention is that someone at the TRC meeting had a concern about the trash truck at the commercial building, and the trash truck turning plan didn't quite show the concrete pad access on. So if you could add that, that would be great. And then also, there's still no ADA spot on the commercial building. I think those are the only two items in my quick look at it that I noticed from the TRC meeting comments.
Tricia, did you have any questions you'd like to ask Nate? No? Well, I'd like to now call on Ashley to give us her advice on how to proceed from here based on her memo to us, to the planning board, which is basically the outline of a written decision for conditional master plan approval, which includes the findings of fact, the basic facts of the project, as we know that now, and the conditions. And maybe, Ashley, should that also include waivers? I think that some of these, I think that maybe all of the waivers that Mr. Landry enumerated earlier probably need to be approved as well tonight, maybe as part of the decision. And if anybody has any questions about the list of waivers, you can ask questions, and I'm sure that Mr. Landry will be happy to. But I've been through the list pretty carefully, and I'm very comfortable with it.
So,
In many respects, it's simply deferring issues, requirements that are required, that are now required under our regulations at the master plan, to defer that to the preliminary plan stage, where they are more easily answered because more engineering has been done on the project. So, but feel free to ask any questions on that. So, having said that, Ashley.
so I have two questions before I get into the memo. We talked about the cemetery access and the fact that that would be it would be treated the same as the sidewalks, the pedestrian access between the two, segments of the development. And so my concern is where it's shown, people are probably going to park in those 4 parking spaces, like adjacent to garages, and I'm just a little concerned that if it's like open public access, there's no good parking spot there, and I think that's a dumpster, and somebody's gonna park in front of a dumpster, and then there's gonna be, I would ask you to give a little more thought to where that path starts and who's using it and where people are gonna park that are using it.
I think that's a good point. I think that, in my mind, the easy solution is moving it to the other side of the dumpster, because you can
Yep.
see there's like 8 spaces right there that
Yep.
are meant to be just available to the mixed-use project in general.
I think-
Chris was just trying to find the path of least grading resistance.
Sure,
That's where it
and I
lands.
get that, and I know that this is conceptual right now, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but when you
Yeah.
come back at preliminary, I think we would like to see something that's more realistic in consideration of the fact that people are gonna park there, and we're kind of asking them to park in bad places, with it where it is right now. And then my other question is related to units and LMI units. So if my memory serves me correctly, Ed's report indicates that you have 44 units and 11 LMI units. The plans show 46 units and 11 LMI units, and the list of waivers indicates 12 LMI units. The math is 25% of 46 is 11 and a half. I'd like you to round up.
The plans do have 12.
They do?
I added another LMI
Okay,
to.
great. Problem solved.
There's 12 LMIs
Okay.
and 34 months.
I think that's, I think that's the only way to do it. And we're required under the state act to provide at least 25%, so.
Can't give half a
The
unit.
problem is, you've got, it's not a problem, but you've got 3 of the 7 townhouse units that are LMIs, but a little less than 25% of the 30 8 or so, 36, you know, we only have, we're off by a unit there. So it ends up being a half a unit, and who gets the half a unit, we'll give it to the public.
Thank you. So those were my only questions. So to Stu's point about the decision, I've given you a draft decision with draft conditions of approval, facts of the application, and then draft findings of fact. And I have, as we are been talking, I've added 2 conditions to that, and I've added the list of waivers to finding of fact number 2, so that if you approve the application based on the memo as amended at the meeting, those are included.
The waivers are included.
I just wrote them in on my version. So you can use the memo as amended at the meeting, and and then we'll put that memo in the file. Your decision is based on it and will be written off of that memo.
So, but tell me where the waivers are. Are you putting them under?
So it's under
findings
2.
of fact number 2?
Yes,
So that's the zoning, consistency with zoning and the purposes of zoning.
yep,
And so that's where we're waiving the requirement for more than one residential building on one lot. Some of the other,
and I can very quickly read through what I added. I said the applicant has provided a list of waivers for the master plan application, attachment A of the application submitted. The waivers include the request for checklist items from the master plan for items 26, 29, 31, 36, 39, 41, and 54 to be deferred to the preliminary plan stage of review. Waivers from the regulations include section 2342 1A1 and 1A2, section 2344 A and B, waivers from the zoning ordinance for Article 5, Section 1, dimensional regulations table, Article 21, Section 10B1, Article 21, Section 5A4. And if I got any of that wrong, let me know.
I think we also have the letter of eligibility at the master plan stage.
Did I add that?
It's in the attachment.
So
but it wasn't-
that is section 5, that's the last one. I gave the section number,
Okay,
so it's section 5A4.
fine, that's fine.
okay. Okay, so that covers the whole list of
Yeah,
waivers.
let's just make sure that the one unit on a lot is there. I believe that was elsewhere.
So
in
that
your-
that is in the beginning, that's existing language. What I read is what I've added since we were talking.
All right, I did
So
see
it's
it in there.
Article, what is it? Article 5, Section 1 of the Tiverton zoning ordinance, the construction of multiple residential units on a single lot.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Oh, and Article 5, Section 2B. So that was already in there, and then I added the additional.
So,
And then the 2 conditions of approval that would get added to the 5 existing that are in your draft decision would be an update to the trash truck turning plan for the restaurant site. Does that cover what you were asked for? Building 9, okay. And then an update to the handicap spaces. I just said as discussed at the TRC meeting, but I can be more specific if you're more specific. Does that cover it?
They just need to add one to the commercial building.
Okay.
and Ashley, you actually have a repetition in your list of conditions. Number 2 and number 5 are the same thing. It's the pathway.
Yes, you're right.
So actually, we're now only talking
You're
about
about
6
6.
conditions.
Was
So,
one for going uphill and the other for coming downhill?
Well, hold on.
I'm sure there was a reason if Ashley had it in there.
The Sisyphus condition.
No, it's the same. Yeah, I'm gonna take out 2.
Yeah, take out 2 and
and
leave 5,
5.
which is now 4,
Yes.
and add 2.
So now you have 6 conditions total.
Now, I would, first of all, I'm going to ask the planning board and any members of the public to raise any issues they have with the conditions of approval of the master plan at this time. Does anybody have any other conditions that they would like to add?
Stu, at the last meeting, we had asked that they resubmit, I guess is the word, the architectural drawings from Union Studios that were submitted at the concept plan.
They were submitted.
They haven't changed in a year and a half.
I know, but they're not a part of this application.
They were, correct me if I'm wrong, they were
I-
part of the set.
I think.
Are they?
They're full-size 24,
No.
36. Thought we discovered that. I could submit them again, but
How would you have named those, Chris, electronically?
it's,
Starts with the 21_1018.
this set of plans. The cover sheet is, I could certainly submit them again to make the record whole, but these are the plans that,
I think that what we would all like to see is the architectural renderings made part of the plan.
So I have them from the original submission of
Yeah.
7/11/22 that was deemed incomplete. And then you updated your submission, but those were not part of an incomplete. You updated the submission with a new site plan set that reflected what was found as incomplete. So I have them saved from 7/11/22. They're dated 10/18/21, but they were submitted as part of the original
Yes.
submission that was deemed incomplete. But that's not part of the reason they were deemed incomplete, so I don't see any reason to resubmit.
That's fine, as long as they're a part of the record, I don't care.
Yeah, they need to be, it's exactly what Mr. Landry and Mr. Light did with respect to the Cassett Reserve, so that we have architectural renderings of what the buildings will more or less look like, recognizing that there may be some modifications that are required.
So,
But at least we have something in the plans that becomes part of recorded evidence.
so if you look at the list of facts of the application, the last item on that list is site and architectural plans by Union Studios dated October 18th, 2021. And so your decision is based on that package.
So we don't have to make a special condition, okay. Does anybody else have any thoughts about conditions?
I just have a quick question. So, and this might be just my ignorance. So I know with a lot of different properties, not properties, plans that we've had in the previous, there was a certain amount, like with these bigger plans, there was a certain amount of area that had to be for open space. Is this not one of those plans that where open space should be provided?
That's only a requirement for the rural residential developments.
And this wouldn't classify any open space area? So
No,
they-
we're actually waiving a density requirement for this, but we do have the Overlook Park, and we have another section of the property.
Chris, do you know the area of,
there's about 3 acres of development area out of the 8.3 acres of the entire site, so it's 37%. that's being utilized for buildings, driveways, parking, and
So 5 acres is untouched, 3 acres is touched, or did I get that reversed?
That's about right. This is the rendering that Union Studios has done, and it's, the colored rendering is easier to see. The Overlook Park is in green on the east, the west of the site.
So where you have your red lines is not the property lines then?
Yeah, the
That
red
is
line
the
is the property line.
Oh, okay.
So the majority of this perimeter open space is sloped areas that isn't, there'll be the trails, the paths on those areas. There are no wetlands on the site.
So none of it would be technically not developed? There would be nothing of it that would be,
Yeah,
not
around the
touched.
perimeter, there wouldn't be any development.
okay.
And the park areas of the Overlook and the courtyard, the amenities you would
That's
get.
all public space.
More public space and more access. So it's Jeremy, you did it. Do you like that design?
Well, I'm just thinking, obviously, my concerns were before was the animal habitats and the wildlife that was there and stuff. So I'm just thinking of more like untouched, where they'd still be able to live and do whatever the animals do or
Sure.
whatnot. So I'm just thinking of what is gonna be untouched that they can still claim as their home, you know?
Yeah, so that mostly is around the
Just around
perimeter.
around the perimeter.
In
And behind you, I'm sorry, again, if this is my ignorance, I apologize. So behind you is another lot that could possibly be for sale, or is that?
That's Pecasset Reserve, well, it depends on where, behind, to the east
Yeah.
that's Pecasset Reserve.
Okay. Oh, okay.
For to the north is something different.
Right, that's a
Up
different lot
Sousa.
to the north.
Up Sousa.
Yeah.
No, up Main Road to
Oh,
the
okay.
north is a separate lot, but to the east, up Sousa Road, is the lot that you approved Pecasset Reserve on.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, not at all.
Again, some of us just need a little,
Of course.
That's what we're here for.
yeah.
So does anybody from the audience have any comments or questions regarding the master plan, the conditions on master plan approval that have been discussed, the waivers that have been discussed? Once again, I see Susan Anderson.
Sorry. Yeah, I just have one comment to make sure that it is considered a public park at all times. And also, is there a way to get a conception of how this is going to look from the street level? I mean, we see the aerials of the Union architectural stuff, and we see the, straight-on view of each building. But is there a way to get a look at this from the street level, so we can see how those buildings, how tall those buildings are,
So
with the contours?
Jeremy, is there a way to do that? Can you give us a rendering of what a pedestrian on Main Road or a motorist on Main Road would see?
Not in the next 5 minutes.
No, but can you do some magic on your computer to give us sort of an
If only
idea?
it were that easy.
I frankly think it's going to be a very attractive.
Yeah, it could be for the next stage, we could consider some of those kinds of renderings.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
you'd
I-
essentially be taking slide 4 and dropping the
Taking the
pedestrian
air out of the
down,
balloon.
Yeah,
bring them
ex-
down to the street level.
Exactly. I think that
Just so
would
that
be
those of us
very
in the neighborhood
helpful.
can see how it is looking
Yeah.
from the contour of it.
And I'd like to see more of that done on other projects as well, so.
Can I have a clarification? I don't know, Chris, if it's you, or Bill, if it's you, but I pulled the numbers from the site plan that I have in for finding of fact number 3, and I'm still counting 11 units. Can you update me so that that's correct?
Yeah, sheet 4 was revised to reflect 12. The application had 12 LMI units that was submitted and signed by the owner, and the plans were initially developed with 11, and then we added another LMI.
Can you
to-
tell me where that unit is?
Sh-
Like which building?
Okay,
Because I've got 2 units in building 1, 2 in building 2, 2 in building 3, 2 in building 4, 1 in 5, 1 in 6, and 1 in 7. I just want to make sure that their finding of fact reflects the correct count.
I believe I was putting it in building 4, another,
So there would be 3 units in building 4?
yes.
Okay.
Would it be helpful to make a condition that there be 12 LMI units?
Yeah, because that's where, that chart is where I pulled it from.
All the narrative, the application, it was all meant to have 12 to meet the strict
So,
definition
actually,
of
what would make you
25%.
comfortable?
So I'm gonna suggest that we do add a condition that
Okay.
says that the plans are updated to show 12 LMI units.
Okay. So now we have 7 conditions. So Ashley, while you're doing that, if everybody is comfortable with moving ahead on this, I will make a motion to approve the memorandum from Ashley Sweet, interim town planner and AO, dated January 5, 2023, as amended to reflect additional conditions. We now have 7, 3 additional conditions that we discussed tonight, and amended to reflect changes to finding of fact number 2, consistency with zoning, to include the list of waivers that Mr. Landry passed around to us. So I would make that motion. And by doing, well, let me finish my motion, and then we'll get a second, and then I will open it up for discussion. That's parliamentary procedure. So, so then yes, the waivers would be included under findings of fact number 2. By approving this one motion, we are approving conditions, we are approving findings of fact, and we are approving the master plan, the conditional master plan. So we're doing all of those 3 things in a single motion. I'm not quite used to this because we used to do 3 motions for this, but, okay, now, I've made a motion. I think Robert's Rules of Order calls for somebody to second that motion, then we can have a discussion.
Second.
Okay, I heard.
Second for the purposes of
I heard Tricia first, I think. So Tricia, so it's Stu and Tricia, and now I'm happy to open it up to any comments. So you were making a comment.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait on it, it's fine.
Okay.
actually.
Is there further Tricia has further discussion.
I do. Still, to the point around the actual number of units, right? Looking at the latest set of plans that came in. And I was taking notes, Ashley, when you were talking before about the various numbers that you've seen on the plan. So I already know this says 11 for affordable units, but there's really 12. But when I add up the market rate units and the live-work units that are on this plan, neither of those numbers end up being the same as the numbers that you quoted earlier. So can we, for the purposes of master plan approval, also actually for sure nail down and identify the total number of market rate units and live-work units? Because I don't have a number that matches the number that Ashley had.
So what I have from the application is 2,400 square feet of commercial, a 2,400 square foot commercial building, a 4,500 square foot restaurant, 4 2,000 square foot mixed-use buildings, 3 1,950 square foot live-work buildings, and 7 1,300 square foot townhouse units.
I think the confusion is that the live-work units are in the townhouses, right? They're one of the, they're
Those
one of
have
the
confused
units.
everybody ever since the beginning.
Yeah, it's 10
There are
units
3 units
altogether.
above 3 commercial spaces in each one that works. So the total number of units should be 46.
46.
Of those, 12 will be affordable. Of those, 3 are live-work units above the live-works commercial spaces. And then the balance, which is 46 minus 15, would be 31, would be the market rate units. So obviously, when we add an affordable, we need to subtract the market rate from wherever it is we're putting that in our math.
But it's 46 units, 12 of those are LMI units. Okay.
So, but maybe I can't see, but if I look at that chart, there's, under market rate units, there's 28, 29, 30, 32, plus then another 3 more live-work units, which is 35, right?
Right.
And then there's 12 affordables.
This chart incorrectly shows only 11.
Right, but I'm assuming there's 12 affordables, right? Because we've already determined that. And so that's 47.
So the assumption would be there'd be 1 less market rate unit, because we're assuming.
Because you've
1 more
added
affordable
one
unit.
more.
Okay, so there's 46
Total.
total.
12 of those are
12
market,
are
or,
market rate,
excuse me, 12 of
46.
those are low to moderate income units.
Okay.
Can I suggest something? Your condition number 7 of update plans to show 12 LMI units. Amend it to reflect update plans to show 12 LMI units and 46 total residential units.
Thank you. I would feel better.
And I amend my motion to include that.
Good.
And Tricia, you seconded my motion, so you have to agree to this too.
I've seconded.
I've also included in that condition that the applicant will accurately reflect where those LMI units are located.
Okay. So we now have an amended motion, and a second to that amended motion. Do we have further discussion? Seeing, Amanda, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm just not sure how comfortable I am on the waiver of density and the waiver for multiple residential buildings on a single lot.
Well, we did it with respect to Pecasset Reserve, and there were 2 other examples years ago where we also made the same waiver. The project would not be feasible unless we made both waivers, both with respect to density and with respect to the multiple residential units on a single lot. So it's a trade-off. But Amanda, this is a quality project, in my opinion.
It's something they get to do because it's a comprehensive permit project. So, and the state is really pushing these comprehensive permit projects and.
So in
low
other
moderate
words, our
income.
hands are tied with other projects when we make decisions and they flip.
We would, the applicant could appeal to something called the State Housing Appeals Board. So,
I'm not going to say your hands are tied. You do have some pushback, right? But from my experience, what's being presented here is termed a quality project in the way that they've designed the project, in the way they're dispersing the units. The density is higher than what would normally be allowed for that site in that zone, but they're doing it in a responsible way, is what I'll phrase it as.
And I'll offer the fact that the property is zoned general commercial, so you're getting I think you're getting the best of both worlds, because under general commercial, you wouldn't necessarily be getting housing units at all, and you wouldn't be getting low to moderate income housing units, but you're also not sacrificing. So when we get into situations where comprehensive permits apply on general commercial or commercially zoned land, and we don't get any commercial, then it's a detriment to the tax base, because you're losing commercial property for housing. But in this case, you're not losing that commercial tax base. You're getting a considerable, commercial development that also includes not just residential units, but low to moderate income housing units, which count towards your 10%. So I think on top of the fact that it's a well-designed project, you're really getting the best of all the options here, because you're getting a mixed-use development with low to moderate income housing, and you're getting a substantial commercial investment in the community.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Tricia?
I was just gonna say, Amanda, if we didn't allow multiple buildings under the comprehensive permit, you'd be looking at one big giant rectangular building with 46 two-bedroom apartments in it. And that would be the alternative. And I think this is a much nicer fit, and a much more attractive development than one giant rectangular, multi-story box with, 46 two-bedroom apartments in it. I just think that this is.
Or alternatively, you'd be getting a single-family subdivision of 25% of those units being low to moderate income housing, and you wouldn't get any commercial development at all.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing any further discussion with respect to the motion that's on the table, so I'm going to call the question, but this time I think we need to have a recorded vote, so every individual is recorded. So I'll just do a roll call. Rosemary Eva?
Yes.
Amanda Souza Vieira?
No.
Adam Raposa?
Yes.
Peter Bramante?
Yes.
Christine Shea?
Yes.
Janice Gomes?
Yes.
Chris Shriver?
Yes.
Tricia Hilton?
Yes.
Stu Hardy? Yes. So, it's 8 yeses and 1 no. Thank you. So congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you back.
Very much. Looking forward to that.
Thanks, everybody.
Night.
See, my one vote.
So, that brings us to agenda items number 2 and 3, but we'll start with agenda items 2 and 3 relate to the same project. They're listed twice on our agenda because they're listed both as a major land development project and an Article 20 development plan review project. And Mr. Ingram is with us tonight, and remind me of your name.
Alex Simone,
And Alex, and how do you spell your last name?
Simone.
Simone. Okay, thank you, Alex. And, before Mr. Ingram begins his brief opening remarks, I'd just like to say a few introductory comments. This application is an 18,000-foot memory care unit on a single-story memory care unit, and it's behind the Brookdale-Sakonnet Bay Manor and part of the Brookdale-Sakonnet Bay Manor facility, which is on Main Road. I think it's 1215 Main Road. We're talking about an R40 zone. we heard this application in a public hearing back on December 6th, and then the following day, on December 7, there was an ad hoc technical review committee meeting. And then, even more recently, just yesterday, we did several of us and several members of the public did a site visit. So, so I would welcome Mr. Ingram to make any opening remarks he would care to make, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, if I stand up here to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I'm gonna bring up a Word document.
Okay, I was going to do it second, but see, that's why I have it written down. Don't forget.
Okay,
Go right ahead.
proceed. Okay. Thank you, Board and Chair. We enjoyed a brisk site walk yesterday. Appreciate the heat this evening indoors. I think that we saw some of the updates that I'm going to give in just a moment. As the Chair said, the project is a new memory care facility that's located on the southwest corner of the existing Brookdale-Saconnet Bay property. It's a one-story facility that's designed to match a residential feel and look for the community surrounding it. We are connecting what is 3/4 of a drive loop already, connecting the front parking to the rear drive loop, and I'll show these things on the plan in just a moment. We're adding a good bit of stormwater infrastructure to both store the extra stormwater runoff that is created by the additional impervious area, as well as treat for nitrogen. We're having to over-treat, in fact, based on RIDM requirements for the site that did not have that type of treatment already. Our utility service connections are with Tiverton Wastewater District and Stonebridge Fire District. We are being reviewed for major land development, master plan review. Our first master plan, as mentioned, meeting was on December 6th. And we're also seeking a development plan review. One of the comments below here is that we submitted the letter advised by Ashley at the last meeting to make the timelines for the development plan review and the preliminary review coincide. And I think that matched her comment and her initial findings on our last submittal. I wanted to also mention some of the other things that we added to the plan set that you all should have. We did show on our site plans a fire and trash truck turn movement example Nathan had asked about in our last meeting. There were several comments at the last meeting from the public and the board about the storm pipe, and we've had even more discussion since then, and it is capped, I'm glad to say, and we are going to keep an eye on that, but we think that the problem should be taken care of as far as the water running down the street and freezing. In the meantime, since December 6th, we've received a zoning confirmation letter. We have responded to the technical review comments from the December 7th meeting with our responses to those comments typed in. All of you should have comments of those in the submittal package. We reprinted the Fermet map that shows the flood zones. I think some of the text was difficult to read in the initial submittal. And we sent a letter agreeing, as already mentioned, to extend the development plan review to align with preliminary review. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the plans, and we can go to whatever sheets we need to, and happy to answer any questions at this time.
So does anybody have any questions about this proposal? Yeah, Christine?
You said that the stormwater pipe was capped. When was that done? Because we have video that says otherwise.
It was yesterday morning.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, before the site walk. Yes, we've seen the video. The one that did it is sitting here.
Yeah.
So, he-
I have a question on it. On you capping it,
There's a-
where's that water going?
I'll explain the purpose, as far as all the plans and the evidence from the neighbors. That pipe only flows in wet conditions during the winter months. And on the old plans that we have, that pipe is shown surrounding the upstream portion of what used to be a septic field, a leach field. And that perforated pipe was meant to intercept groundwater that was headed towards that leach field to keep it from inundating what was meant to treat sanitary sewer with just groundwater. And so it intercepted it, ran it around, and daylighted it at the southwest corner of our property. It wasn't known until recently that there was a pipe there, I think, by the neighborhood, and so they didn't ask for any action to be taken because they just thought it was, I think, sheet runoff from an undeveloped area. But an area was cleared, and you could now see that there was a pipe there from years ago. And so capping it will just have that water infiltrate into the ground.
Rick, did you have any comments you'd like to make? Rick Rogers is our DPW director, and Rick was on the site walk yesterday afternoon, and I believe received some clear commitments.
Yes, thank you, Stu. Bubba and I have discussed this. We feel that the cap, or at least we hope, or we expect the cap to solve the problem in the meantime. The long-term project, they have said will solve the problem. And if groundwater does come to the surface via just natural rise in groundwater, they'll address that issue at that time. The only thing that we would want at some point on the preliminary plan or final plan or both is something from Nathan that says the stormwater mitigation plans that you have will be accepted in the current town drainage system without overflowing or reaching capacity. But that's not at this stage, it's just later on. So for the time being, the issues of the Oakland Street Shannon intersection are acceptable based on what Bubba and Brookdale have said they will do and have done.
So we could make that, we could make your request a condition on preliminary plan approval. I think that would probably be the appropriate way to handle that. So Nathan, maybe you can help us out with the wording of that.
But I'm comfortable with Bubba's explanation
Right.
in the past and again
Right.
today, that is a groundwater lowering system that's no longer necessary because the OWTS does not function. It's served by public sewer at this time.
Right.
Sorry, Rick, what is the condition that you're asking for?
That I would just make the statement that Brookdale, I'm not, this isn't a condition, Brookdale has said that their construction of the facility will eliminate the existing underground subsurface drain. And that if, for some reason which we do not expect, that the groundwater is raised and it flows out of the surface, they'll address that issue. But that's not a condition, that's simply a statement that they made. And that's, would be incumbent upon any property owner if that was a condition that they created. So the only condition is that when preliminary and/or final plan are done, that Nathan signs off that the stormwater mitigation will not overtax the existing town system of drainage. And based on at least, that's it. But based on preliminary discussions at this stage, the stormwater mitigation that they plan on doing will not increase the rate or the quantity of stormwater runoff. So if that's the case, it's not gonna be hard for Nathan to accept that stormwater mitigation plans, as long as there's something on the plan. That's not unusual procedure. So the only thing I'm stating is that Weston and Sampson sign off that the town system will accept whatever stormwater mitigation is sent there. But just so people don't get worried about it, we expect the stormwater mitigation runoff to be less than or equal to what exists now.
Exactly.
Right, we're gonna have stamped plans from an engineer on their stormwater drainage plan, right? And you're just
Right.
asking that our consulting engineer confirm the
Yes.
accuracy.
Yes, and the fact that it's stamped, unless there's something unusual, he will agree with that.
Right.
Because somewhere it's gonna say there's no increase in rate or quantity.
So that doesn't need to be a condition. That's something that we deal with at preliminary plan stage. Yes, Nathan?
Yeah, we would certainly review the stormwater management plan.
Right.
But it's
Right. Okay, so no need to make a condition on that.
None of this is unusual.
Yep.
It's simply raised because of the Oakland Street Shannon intersection, which is an unusual circumstance. So we're just addressing that and just trying to cover all the bases.
Okay,
So, thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
okay. So, questions, comments? I'd just like to say, and then I'm going to call on Christine because she just spotted. I'd just like to say that I think that this is a very desirable project. There is a need, I believe, for memory care units that are dedicated, that are facilities that are dedicated to memory care. A need for that in the New England region, and it's more or less, I think, of a new phenomenon in the medical field to give special treatment to people with memory loss, and so I think it's a really good facility, a really humanitarian amenity for the town of Tiverton. I just wanted to say that. And then, and Christine, I believe Christine had a comment.
I just had a question. Is there still gonna be a tree buffer between Shannon and the building?
Yes. So the grading, I pulled up the grading plan here, and I'll zoom in around the corner here. And you'll note that the contours around the building, the proposed contours actually end some distance from the adjoining property line for a good part of the corner here in the southwest side. There is a bioretention pond that projects a little further south. The landscape architect has done preliminary plans. I have a hard copy of that with me. I don't have the electronic version, but they have added supplemental planting along this property line to address the removal of what coverage was there. So most of the buffer that was there can remain, the large trees especially. We went back and forth yesterday about what would be better, to leave what's there or to create more of a manicured yard and plant some new type of buffer. I have a feeling with the choice that our owner will want something that looks very nice around this new facility. And so they may choose to create a new buffer, but in any case, the connection to the residential properties here will be buffered. either by existing or proposed landscaping primarily.
And that's gonna wrap around to where Shannon is.
Shannon comes up the west side here, and the same thing applies on that side.
Are we gonna have an opportunity in another phase to look at that landscape plan?
The preliminary plan will have a completed landscape plan that will show all those improvements, and I'm happy to show that to you if you'd like. That's on the hard copy plan.
Yeah, Christine, that's an issue that I want to pursue as well when we get to preliminary plan stage. And we did have a discussion about that yesterday, and I think several of us said that maybe the best way to start, because we all believe in low-impact development, is to keep all of the mature, the good, mature native trees that now exist, and not clear cut and then try to come in with a brand-new landscape plan, but work with what we've got. Remove the garbage, keep the good stuff. And we had quite a long discussion about that yesterday in the cold. So we need to do, we need to consider to do two things. One would be to approve the master plan with conditions, and that requires us to make findings of fact. And that would be the master plan, which is connected with the major land development. But since this project is also being considered under Article 20 Development Plan Review, we also need to extend the time clock on development plan review so it is consistent with the time clock on the preliminary plan stage of the major land development. So if you followed that convoluted statement I just made, and Ashley, I think, addressed that in the memo, but I think maybe the first thing we should do is just continue to focus on the master plan for the major land development, and get that out of the way, and then we will extend the time clock. I think that's the logical sequence of events. So I would like, we have a memo from Ashley, and Ashley, would you like to, there are some typos here that need to be corrected, but would you like to sort of walk us through what you did, and then people can ask questions about that?
Sure. So Todd brought to my attention that I left out a couple of dates. So under the facts of the application, it needs to be amended to reflect October 29th, 2022 as the date of submission, and the expiration of the time clock on the major land development as February 19th.
And also, Ashley, you need to put a bullet point in there about the public hearing that was held on December 6th, unless I missed it. That's under facts of the application. You have the technical review committee meeting on December 7th.
And this is a continuation of that, so it would also be January 10th.
Yes, that would be.
Okay, so that's been added to facts of the application. There are 3 proposed conditions of approval. One is that the landscape plan will be provided at the preliminary plan stage of review. The applicant will file for an administrative subdivision as part of the process to merge lots 136, 137, 138, and 139 into a single lot of record. This must be completed prior to or simultaneous with the final approval of major land development and DPR applications. And that the applicant will continue to monitor the water discharge from the cap pipe on their property and take further measures as deemed appropriate if the problem reoccurs, discharging water onto Shannon Avenue and/or Oakland Street. And then you have 5 draft findings of fact from your subdivision regulations.
Thank you, Ashley. Any questions about what Ashley just reviewed for us. And any additions? Yes.
I do. I think your condition number 2, to complete the administrative subdivision simultaneous with final approval of major land development and DPR applications. I think it should be the latter of the two, or just final approval of major land development.
Okay.
Because doesn't DPR get approved? Here, it will get approved.
It'll get approved at
At
at preliminary. So it'll just say final approval of the major land development.
Yeah.
Peter?
I don't know that it needs to be a condition, but if you would clarify at preliminary plan, would we also be getting a comprehensive set of renderings? I'm wondering, at such a large single-story surface, what the roof line is gonna look like, and mechanicals and viewpoints, and so will that be included, or can we require that that be included?
So you do have some architectural renderings. I don't know, do you have those? So you have those. But I don't know that they represent any mechanical equipment.
I don't expect there would be any rooftop mechanical equipment. We have a generator on the ground. Anything that's on the ground would be screened, of course. Dumpsters would be screened.
Air handlers and things of that nature?
A lot of times, these facilities, small residential facilities, will have more residential type units, but if it were something that was larger, then it would definitely be screened also, yes.
So you could request as a condition of approval that at preliminary plan, the architectural renderings are updated to reflect, you know, any mechanical equipment and how that would be screened.
I think that would be important from my perspective.
Yeah. And it would be important, I think, to the neighbors who will be looking at this building.
You can see a couple of the pads there.
Did you ask the public if they had any comments? Did you ask the public?
Well, I was just going to ask if anybody in the public has any comments or questions or would like to join us in this discussion, please come forward and state your name. I don't see any of the neighbors here tonight. Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, George Bradbury, 125 Shannon Avenue, so right across the street on the corner there. I'm glad that you guys took care of the pipe. That wasn't a problem for me, but for the neighbors down Oakland Street, it was pretty bad. So just a couple of things. So one of the questions I had sounds like it was answered. And before I get to the question, I just want to thank all of you for kind of listening to some of the issues that we brought up when I was here last time in the December 6th meeting. It sounded like you've passed that on to the Brookdale folks, so I appreciate that. So the only thing that I didn't hear you guys talk about was the lighting from the parking lot. And I know that last time you mentioned some low-impact lighting, but is that, when will that be, when will that design be presented? Is that in the preliminary? Or
No, that will be in the preliminary plan stage, the next stage to
Okay.
come up. And I think we talked about dark skies, compliant lighting, so that it won't, the lighting will not trespass into your yard.
Right. Great, thanks. The second one was, and again, maybe this comes up in the preliminary, but the traffic flow on Shannon Ave. This is something I had brought up the last time too, and I think you were gonna do some type of traffic study for whatever traffic would be coming into the facility.
It's completed, and the peak trips at afternoon and morning shifts, which would be a typical time for any kind of business, were 7 and 9 respectively, which is minuscule. It's just per hour to have an additional 7 to 9 cars come out of the site.
one of the questions I'd asked on the 6th was whether or not you couldn't just use the existing entrance from the other parking lot on the front of the existing building.
And the split of how folks choose to enter, I don't think will be controlled. I think that some will come through that path, and we're connecting it so they can at this time.
Okay.
Primarily, we're connecting it so that emergency folks can make it around the entire building like they would desire to, fire and other
Yeah,
emergency.
that makes sense. It's just that I was just thinking visitors coming in to visit the residences is more really not so much about the fire and trash.
There's 30 residents, and they're memory care Alzheimer's patients. And so the patients themselves do not drive, of course.
Right.
There's a few staff, for sure, and there are minimal visitors, unfortunately, because of the condition you find doing these across the country, that you don't have to provide very many spaces, unfortunately.
So the spaces for the parking lot and the size of the parking lot is really more around the building code for that
It's
size of facility?
The code required parking just on the north side of the building there,
Mhm.
that one lot, so that there's not folks that are trying to park in the east parking and walking around the drive to try to get to this building. It's located right next to it.
So given the fact that the residents can't drive, wouldn't have their own vehicles, and there's just minimal traffic coming in, is there any way there could be a waiver for the size of the parking lot required for a facility of that size?
They'd have to go to the zoning board.
Okay, I mean, it'd be less expensive for you guys to have a smaller parking lot, I know that. And then the other question I have, it sounds like it was answered as well, is, I know you guys capped the pipe, but what if that doesn't work? And so and it sounds like you'll have to mitigate it in some way.
The discussion, I was gonna bring up another sheet here that demonstrates where the ponds are because of the amount of stormwater control that we're doing. If there is any water that comes up on the surface, we have a bioretention pond here, we have a bioretention pond here, and those are gonna store water, but mostly designed to clean the water of nutrients. This is a detention pond, so that is purely for storage. So this water that would emerge back in the area of the septic field would emerge primarily around the ponds. And as a part of the submittal for the bioretention, we actually have to provide borings in those areas. So we're gonna get, as a part of the calculations that we submit to Nathan, a more up-to-date idea of where the water table is in those areas. And we'll see what's happening pretty quickly.
Okay. So is the parking lot is then sloped towards the bioretention pond?
The parking lot will drain to the bioretention pond and part of the building.
I was gonna say, then what, for the roof, where does that go?
The roof will be split. I don't know if they currently have it calculated. We have done enough rough calculations to know that this volume works and surface area for the bioretention. I don't know if part of the roof is coming here or if this is just for the drive and all of the roof is going to the north here. But one or the other. All of it is going to the ponds. None of the new work is not going to the ponds, except for where we're tying the slope down here that is on the west towards Shannon. There will be a yard area that travels right out to the road, because there's not a roadside ditch there, anything to capture it. As you know, that's the reason why the water has been flowing down the road there on the surface. have many, many pages of calculations in addition to multiple sheets of drainage details and drawings reflecting
Again, that'll go into this.
preliminary plan.
Okay.
Right, yes, sir.
All right, I think that's it for me, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, so I would like to ask if we are ready for me to make a motion to approve Ashley's memorandum as amended.
I have I'm looking back at my notes from the December 7th TRC meeting, and correct me if I'm wrong on Ashley's memo. Did you talk to Dan Murphy or include something about the hydrants? That was discussed, Ashley, with the fire marshal's comments.
Can you refresh my memory?
Well, he talked about it was a very good meeting, and he talked about the fire hydrants and saying there weren't enough.
He asked if we were gonna have one in the back, and I indicated
Right.
that we are gonna have a new hydrant in the back, yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We're gonna have one back there, and it will meet the reach requirements around the building. There will be certain length that you have to have hose lay of no more than a certain distance to get around the building from that hydrant. And if it does not meet it, then we add another hydrant. So that calculation will be done and will meet the requirement for hose lay to reach all the building.
Okay, just make health safety.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, he will also get a set of the preliminary plans and do an additional review, and if he has any issues, I imagine he'll let you know, and you can condition preliminary on, because it hasn't been designed at this
Right.
point,
No.
so he
The
did ask the
utilities,
question.
right.
You're aware of it.
Just so we get, we don't slip through the
Yeah.
cracks. And it was a very good meeting, very informative meeting, with building codes, et cetera. Mr. Rogers is in agreement, I guess. Okay.
So, Nate,
Yeah, I just have one note on the fire truck plan. Currently, it shows it driving over the island of the back cul-de-sac. That currently is like a normal island with a curve and a decorative landscaping. So that just might need to be altered before you get that to the fire truck.
Well, that is under discussion right now. The engineers want the center to be taken out of that. Brookdale is kind of wanting to keep the plants and the little roundabout. The thing about roundabouts is if they're not designed properly, they actually impede function and drivability. And a circle this tight is not really given to big trucks, even smaller vehicles. It's just difficult to maneuver that in normal flow of traffic. So we'd rather it be gone. They're still talking about, we will not have a path across a center island for sure.
all right, then, I think I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the memo that we all have from Ashley Sweet, our interim town planner, and AO, dated January 8, 2023, in which, as amended, to add dates to the facts of the application, and to add condition that Peter Bramante recommended with regard to the design of the building. So, and I think Ashley got all of that
Yep.
on her computer. So I would make that motion.
Second?
So Peter seconds the motion. So now I'll open it up to discussion. Any discussion of the motion? I'm not seeing any, so I will call the question. And again, I think we should have a recorded vote here. So all of those, we will do this one by one. Rosemary Eva.
Start alphabetically, please.
Oh.
No. Yes.
Amanda Souza Vieira had to leave early. She said she wasn't feeling well. Adam Raposa. Peter Bramante.
Yes.
Christine Che.
Yes.
Janice Gomes.
Yes.
Chris Shriver.
Yes.
Tricia Hilton.
Yes.
Stu Hardy is a yes. So eight yeses and one not present. So now, we go to item number 3 on the agenda, which is also the same project, but it's the same project being reviewed as a zoning Article 20 development plan review. And development plan review doesn't have a master plan. It's just a preliminary plan and a final plan. So what we're doing here is we are going to invite the applicant to request an extension of the time clock to, so that the time clock deadline for the DPR, the Development Plan Review, is concurrent with the time clock for the preliminary plan review of the major land development. Did I say that correctly? So now, we don't know when the time clock will be, exactly what the date will be, because the applicant has to come back to us with a preliminary plan under the major land development review. But when they do that, and when their preliminary plan application is certified by Ashley as complete, then the time clock will be established. And then at that point, we will be authorized to establish a concurrent time clock for the DPR portion of it, the development plan review portion of it. It's a little confusing. So you are requesting that we do a time clock, that we extend out the time clock for development plan review concurrent with the same time clock for preliminary plan under major land development. So both preliminary plans are moving together with the same time clock or deadline.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you're requesting?
There should be a letter on file that we sent to Ms. Sweet that reflects our request to do so on our.
Yeah, because we do request that in writing, even if it's just handwritten. So you've made the request, but now it's incumbent upon us to make a motion to approve the request, and which I hope we all agree to do, because it gets really crazy if we have two different time clocks going. So I'll make the motion to approve the approve the time clock extension request made by the applicant. Do I have a second? And we have Chris as a second. Do we need to say anything more about this? Because what we're doing is,
I'd be more comfortable if it was not just extend, but run concurrent with the preliminary plan time clock.
to extend and run concurrent with the preliminary, with the major land development preliminary time clock. Thank you. So I amend my motion, and Chris, do you accept the amendment? Okay, so now we have a motion, a second. Do we have discussion on this? Everybody understand what we're trying to do here? And so, since you do, I don't think there'll be any problem in here. I'm not even going to ask for, I'm not going to ask to have each individual state their vote, but rather just a show of hands. So those in favor, it looks unanimous. Yes, it is. So thank you so much. You've been very cooperative, and you've got a good project going, and we look forward to seeing you back when the weather improves.
As do I. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that brings us to agenda item number 4, which is the Boathouse Restaurant. We all know where the Boathouse is. It's right in the neighborhood that we've been discussing all night, down at the bottom of Schooner Drive. And it's a wonderful restaurant. Whenever I have out-of-town guests, I always like to take them to the Boathouse because everybody likes the view, not to mention the food. So I would like to invite the applicant to come up and sit at the table. And we all have some material that has been sent in. And
apologize. The last time I was here 2 years ago, we didn't have the computers, and I didn't think to bring mine, so we're going on to school. So I can,
so could both of you state your names for the record?
Sure, my name is Ken Kusan. I'm Director of Business Development for the Newport Restaurant Group, representing the Boathouse.
and I'm Jan Greenwood, civil engineer with Woodward and Curran.
Right, we've seen you before.
A few times.
Stu, I need to interrupt for just one
Yes.
second, please. My firm represents the Newport Restaurant Group in some employment matters. I don't think there's any conflict of interest here. I want to put out there in the public. This is only concept review. You're not voting on anything. I don't think there's any problem this evening. But if the project proceeds any further, I'm going to have to ask for both a waiver from you and from the town to let me sit as the counsel.
We have
But
no issue with that.
I wouldn't imagine so.
Okay.
That's all. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's fine.
Thank you.
So can you give us, just tell us briefly what you would like to do? I think we all know, but just keeping in mind that we also have a television audience. So speak clearly and into the mic.
Sure. So what we're requesting is an expansion of the existing building, which is about 3,500 square feet. We'd like to add about 720 square feet or so to expand the kitchen, which is on the east side of the building. So we would be coming towards Schooner Drive with that extension of the kitchen. And the reason that we're asking to do this expansion is because we would like to do this outdoor seating where you see on the north side. We'll have a hard roof structure there, but it will be open. And we'll have an outside bar and also a raw bar where we'll have some additional seating. And then on the south side, we currently have that covered with an awning. And we'd like to go with a hard roof. And there's part of the most southern side of that area that is not covered. And we seek to include that under the cover so we can add to the seating that's protected from the weather. It's really a fairly simple project. You'll see that there's no real rooftop units that are exposed. We'll be changing the roof line so that we can accommodate the additional mechanical engineering, air handlers, exhaust fans will all be inside the building. We're extremely sensitive to the folks up the hill in the condominiums, and try to mitigate any noise that would be created by any of our mechanicals. So it's a fairly simple project. We did meet with Lieutenant
Murphy?
Yes. And the one question that we had was, this walk path here is part of the right-of-way to the waterfront. That will continue to exist, but it also served as emergency access. Lieutenant Murphy checked out an area to the north where there's another pathway for the trucks to get down to the wharf. So he was very comfortable that we would still have emergency access, and we would be able to maintain the walking path down to the waterfront. So it's fairly simple. We've been really fortunate to have so much support from the town. We've had a lot of great success, made it through COVID. And, you know, we look to expand primarily our outdoor seating, and as I said, on that south side, to enclose a few more seats that will allow us to do a slightly larger private events. That's pretty straightforward.
Does anybody have any questions, either members of the board or members of the public?
I'm just curious, at the front entrance, the span, it looks like there's a fenced area that's just running alongside where your kitchen expansion is.
Yes.
Well, what is actually?
So that's a walk-in cooler. That's actually, we make it look like it's actually part of the building. So when you drive down there, we made the fence, it is a fence, it's clad exactly like the siding of the building. So you can't even see the walk-in, and it looks like part of the building. And we'll do the same thing. We'll be bumping that out about 15 feet. And so we'll be able to make that present well as you're coming down the hill. So that's actually connected to the building, and the door opens into the building.
So they have
But the
access
walk-in,
to it.
right, is on the outside of the building.
And what you were talking about in terms of the mechanicals, because I didn't see anything on the roof structures.
That's correct.
So similarly, you are.
We're gonna keep it all inside. We haven't finished our engineering. As a matter of fact, tomorrow morning, we're meeting with Captain Baird that does all of our exhaust ductwork and design.
Yeah.
And so, that area just inside this area here,
Yeah.
that's kind of a second floor attic area, and we have some storage up there. We're gonna be working to get all of our equipment inside that space.
And is that one functional, not the cupola, but it looks like a
Yeah,
chimney?
so you'll
Is that
have
a
exhaust
singular
penetrations,
exhaust
right, that come through, but the fans themselves are inline fans that are inside the building.
Sure. And then what, do you have a perspective from the waterfront? So just to see what that other side, that part of the dining room is not changing or expanding?
No, it's not. So that will remain the same. So the same window system, and again, on the north side, you have, we're gonna continue to have the outdoor seating, and that's on the south side.
And
Oh,
will you
that's
have
the north side, yes.
The ability to make that four-season? Are there sides or something, just wind barriers or something that you'll be able to?
Exactly. And then even with the awning right now, we're still seating all the way through the winter. We have some exterior tent heaters, but this will be obviously a lot better.
Is the gazebo still there?
There's a, down at the south side, no, there's a little spot where we do wedding ceremonies. It's not really, I wouldn't call it a gazebo, but there
But
is a
whatever it
structure
is.
there, yeah.
I know there has been some problems or complaints about noise in the past.
Yes, we're extremely sensitive to that. And we have a very good relationship with the condo association. And what we would do after approval is meet with them and make basically the same presentation. So they are aware of what we're doing and they're on board and supportive.
Are you talking to anybody on Sunderland Heights?
We-
Barker Heights.
We haven't yet, no.
Barker Heights?
We haven't made any contact with those folks.
Can you just provide a quick, what in terms of landscaping or additional plantings or that, what are you adding or subtracting?
It actually is quite enhanced landscape.
Oh, okay, that's great.
So you'll see, right now, the walking path is just a straight, from the
Right.
parking lot straight across. So it's gonna be much more interesting, much more decorative, and really kind of adding a lot of greenery so that the building just isn't so stark.
That's really great, because it's a bit of a hard edge there now.
It
That
is.
seems to soften
It definitely is. And we want to make it so the experience in getting down to, you know, the ceremony site and the water itself is a much more pleasant walk.
Yeah.
That's a heavily trafficked
Yeah,
walking
okay.
path. Folks from the condominiums and obviously from the town. the public
That's right, you're
use
right.
that walking path.
Barker is north,
There'll
Sunderland
be
is
no
south.
changes to the dock? or
Yeah,
the-
yeah.
No, there'll still be access for fishing and none of that will change. As a matter of fact, we just upgraded the docks this past year with some very expensive floating docks that allow for more boats to tie up there.
Yes, Tricia, go right ahead.
So the part of this seems to be geared towards an increase in your, you know, private event business.
Yes.
And so now typically, what's the average number for a private event? Do you
The
have
most we can sit in there now is 74, and it'll probably go up to about 100.
Go up to 100. And generally, when you do that, you have live entertainment?
No.
No?
No live entertainment. I don't think that is allowed with our entertainment license. We have just inside music,
Yep.
and there's no outside music.
And that was my question, because even though it's got a roof, it's still outside, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I mean, it looks quite lovely, and it's, you know, nice to see a business that's come to Tiverton,
For an
you
additional
know,
25.
Oh, they have
do
tons of
well
parking
and,
down
you know,
there.
want to expand.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic run since we started there with Starwood.
You don't have any, foresee any problems with the additional parking?
No, we have 171 spaces, but there's plenty of room for more, too.
So we need to consider that when the boathouse comes back to us, they'll be coming back as a DPR, as a zoning Article 20 development plan review project with a preliminary plan. And legal counsel advises me that we probably need to make a decision tonight about whether or not we would require an advertised, notified public hearing, or just our usual public hearing, which is explain the difference between the
So-
advertised and notified public hearing, which is time-consuming and expensive. Does it glean us much more information than just having a regular?
You're not going to make a decision tonight as to whether you want an advertised and noticed public hearing. We'll take an informal poll, so we know how to proceed from there. But just like the discussion we had last month with the crematorium, whether it should be advertised in the newspaper, notice sent to the direct butters, or just placed on the agenda and notice being that way by posting in the town hall. What additional information you glean is what would come from the public, if any public decided to come because of receiving a direct notice or newspaper advertisement. It's up to you.
So let's do, if you're ready for that, let's do a poll. Just say yes or no, or if you haven't made up your mind, just say undecided. So I'll start with Chris.
To publicly
Newspaper.
advertise or put it on the agenda?
It's gonna,
Just put it on the agenda, like, just, and that's what I would do.
right, okay. Keeping in mind that people can still ask questions.
Chris, just no advertisement, just.
Correct, no advertising, just put it on the agenda.
Well,
That's what
I don't want to
and-
say no advertisement. It's posted on the Secretary of State's website. It's posted at the town
Yeah.
hall. It
You're not
it would
gonna
be
spend the
the,
money on the newspaper.
it would be the
That-
normal course of posting
Right.
versus a public hearing, which
Right.
requires notice to abutters and a newspaper ad.
It's
Okay. So,
still a public hearing, it's
Right.
just the way public received notice of it.
okay, so, thank you, Chris. Christine?
I would be in favor of more advertising than less.
Okay. Janice?
Advertising.
Okay.
Advertisement.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Chris and say no. Tricia?
I tend to think that the standard public hearing would be suitable for this one.
Okay.
Which one is that? I'm sorry.
That's Chris.
We'll-
Advertised, notified, public hearing.
No.
Oh, just the
Placed on
standard?
Agenda.
Placed on
Okay,
the
just- okay.
agenda as a public hearing on the
Okay,
agenda.
so it's
3 to 3.
3 to 3.
Call that option A and create the.
A or B.
Dispel the confusion.
Simple.
So
So it's-
A is Chris's
Right.
and B is the other.
So Peter?
Option A.
Okay, and Adam?
Option
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the information only.
Yeah, that's just, so we know, what direction we're going toward. Okay. Well, are there any comments or questions from anybody in the audience? Seeing none, hearing none, well, thank you very
We
much.
have some.
Yes.
So one of the things we'd like to do with this concept review is to find out from you what the procedure is going forward. And I understand that there's a technical review committee that has to be formed, and that we'd want to meet with them and discuss and confirm that checklist items that may or may not apply. Could you explain a little bit how that happens and what our process needs?
I think I'll let Ashley do that, because she is your contact person, and she'll help walk you through the process, and it's not as onerous as it looks like on paper. But Ashley?
So we did talk about this somewhat initially when you had questions, and I understand your questions because the development plan review section of the ordinance requires a flow chart to figure out what you're supposed to do.
One of the things you mentioned was that the technical review committee was ad hoc and people needed to be assigned to it, and that's kind of what we're kind of
Yep.
wanting to understand how that works and
We-
when that works.
The planning board appoints.
assigns.
And when does that happen?
It'll happen the next time you come before us. We'll probably appoint a TRC at that very first meeting. And it's not a big deal. It's just, it's held during the day because it includes a number of Tiverton town employees, like the fire marshal and the DPW director. So, and it usually, Ashley, typically an hour and a half meeting, and that's it.
Well, I would ask you, what is your intent going forward for submission of the next stage?
So I understood from you that it could be approved in one meeting, and that I would expect that we could meet with the technical review committee before that meeting, so that we would make sure.
Well, that's why I'm asking you the question
Okay.
about what your expectation is for submitting the full application.
Probably in around July, we're
Yeah.
thinking
Yep.
timeframe,
July?
yes.
Then I see no reason why you couldn't, in anticipation of that, we could put the formation of a technical review committee.
I think you need to have the application in hand. Even if you don't
Well,
determine
you
it complete.
you have to have the application in hand for the TRC to meet, so they
Right.
can respond to it.
Right.
But is there any reason why we can't form the technical review committee in anticipation, so that when they submit, I can get it before the technical review committee, and then that information can be part of the discussion when you come? Because once I certify it complete, there's only 65 days.
Right.
There's not a whole lot of time there. So I would hate for them to submit an application, bring it to the board to form a TRC, and then have it come back after the TRC meets, and then, I mean, we're gonna blow through 65 days before all that happens.
How long do you have to determine it complete, the application?
Not that long.
Is it 25 days?
I think it's different in here, because it's not in state law, so it's just what's in here. It's somewhere around that, but I think it's slightly different. Maybe it's 25 days. It's somewhere around that. I'll find it. But, is there any reason, I mean, there's nothing unusual about this that's going to come out of an application that we're gonna go, oh no, we didn't put so-and-so on the TRC and they should have been there. It's gonna be the standard technical review committee that we kind of always have. If that's established prior to an application, all you're doing is assigning the TRC. The TRC can't meet until there's an application. But it would give us the ability to pretty quickly pull together that TRC meeting upon their submission. If we wait, we're gonna run through 65 days before we can. I mean, this is just a fatal flaw of the way this is designed, but we have to deal with it.
I agree.
I'm thinking
But-
you're coming back to me, with a submission like next month, and you want to get on an agenda, and I'm trying to figure out, but if you're not coming till July,
We've
that-
got a lot of work to do yet with.
that gives us ample time to assign a TRC. I don't know how the rest of you feel about that. That's your decision to do that or not.
Seems to make sense in this particular instance especially.
Yeah, no, I'm entirely on board with that, but you need to talk to Ashley, and then
It's
Ashley
25
can
days.
tell us when she then we'll just put it on the agenda, and we can do that in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Appoint the TRC.
Appoint a TRC.
That's it, just appoint them, so they're
Yeah.
ready, waiting in the wings for an application to be submitted, so that once I certify it, we can pull together that TRC meeting, you can get before them, and then you can come to the next planning board meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we also talked about some of, I sent you a list of items on the checklist that we didn't think applied. At what point do we address that? Before we meet with the TRC or after?
I would say as you're doing your work and you're pulling things together and you're getting ready to submit, we can have a meeting, we can go over what those items are and,
Just with the staff?
yeah.
In hand,
Mhm.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Do you want the TRC appointment on next month's agenda? I'm just afraid of losing this.
They're not gonna lose it.
administratively. I know. But
You're gonna come back to us like 2 months before you think you have an application ready and ask us to appoint a TRC. You can simply send us a letter
Okay.
and we'll put it on the agenda. I don't even think you need to be there.
You don't even need to be there. no.
We'll just put it on the agenda at your request, in anticipation of your submission.
Okay.
And we'll put it on the agenda, they'll form the TRC like they always do, and then once you submit, that's already done and they're just waiting for an application.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for their request. Yes, Ed.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Exciting.
Appreciate your support.
If you're looking for a second location, there's a new development in Susan.
Just up the street, maybe a satellite?
All the safe work in town, the whole night.
Go up the hill, you'll have a lovely overlook.
Right.
Okay, so that brings us to agenda item number 5, Highland Builders, Inc., and this is another concept plan review for a lot at 785 Main Road, which is up near the Secundit shooting range and the Walgreens pharmacy. It's on the west side of Main Road. So we have a pre-application submission from them, which you all have. So if you would, please.
Stu, can I just address one issue with the board? I wanted to put this in writing, but I did not get a chance to. This is a small, less than 2,000 square foot, non-residential use and structure. If you read the DPR, there is not just a ceiling, but there's a floor for size, and the floor is 2,000 square feet. So this is an application that doesn't have a home, basically, because DPR, it's not captured by DPR. It's under 2,000 square feet, and DPR is 2,000 square feet and up. So the only other thing that we can do with this application, and it cannot be a minor land development because minor land developments can only be residential in nature. So the only thing left for this is major land development, which is far too big of a process for an 1,800 and change square foot building. But it's literally the only thing that we can do for a review process. So I've explained that to them as the applicant. I've instructed them to apply for a major land development to come to you as a concept review. I'd like the board to consider, you can't vote on it because it's not on the agenda, but I'd like you to consider allowing them to combine master and preliminary stages of review to take a 4-step, process where they have to advertise for a public hearing and notify abutters and all of that, and try to consolidate the review process. I don't think the size and the impact of the building and the use rises to the level of major land development, but it's all we have. I can't assign them to anything else. So I just wanted to explain that to you before you hear from them, keeping that in mind as you hear from the applicant. Maybe we could do another informal poll where at the end of this, if there's a comfort level with combining master and preliminary, it would be something we could put on an agenda for an approval to combine the stages of review in the future. That's
Thank
all.
you. Thank you.
Good evening.
So with that, I'm going to invite the applicant to clearly state your name.
My name is Westall Dean. I'm the owner of 785 Main Road and the president of Highland Builders. I have with me Mallory Dempy, who works for Highland Builders and is the project architect for this proposed building we're trying to get approved here. Thank you, Ashley, for clearing that up. I couldn't have said those words. But I'm going to let Mallory explain our project to you. She designed it and has the roots of it better than I can probably articulate.
Okay, so as Ashley mentioned, thank you for seeing us, Mallory. As Ashley mentioned, this is a less than 2,000 square foot business use building that is on Main Road. To the right of the project is the Secundit Gun Club, and to the left was a auto body transmission white block building that I think is since, it's actually for sale right now. But, so we're kind of squished in between those two properties right now. And as you can see from the size of the lot and the setback lines, we were really restricted to the shape and form of the building. And just due to the nature of the occupancy, which it is for a construction company, we would be using it as our offices and a minor workshop on the first level. We did propose a metal building, and I know that is maybe a bit controversial, and I do want to, bring that up and talk about that because it is fitting for the nature of the project, but also we think for what on either side of our buildings are, and it's just, a very tiny building, as has been mentioned. So right now, what we have here is, just to take you guys back, this process probably started in like July or June, where I had met with the building department here, and we reviewed like the steps to how we would go about getting a building permit, and unfortunately we missed the planning stage. It wasn't mentioned as having to go there, and so we did get a permit for this job. It's gone through the building department, and it's gone to the fire department. We have since that's since been revoked so that we could come see you guys and sort of get our T's crossed and I's dotted. But we do want you guys to, take a look at it, give us a good review, and hopefully we can clear up that missing step, basically. So, as you can see now, there are 2 existing curb cuts on Main Road that we will be using as access into and out of the building. There is pervious gravel along the back of the structure and to the right side of the structure, and then as well as a rain garden in the front to help with stormwater mitigation. Our stormwater mitigation plan and septic plans have been approved by DEM, so we do have those approvals if you want to see them. And this is, I can go through if you want me to. Do you want me to go through the building shape and what it looks like, or how would you want to? Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So this is the DEM approved site plan. So we have our proposed footprint right here in the middle with the 2 main accesses off of Main Road. In the back here is our septic tank. It's 1,000 gallons with the leaching field just to the left of there. And then stormwater management area is up front here. So we are not seeking any variances. We are within the setbacks, we're within the lot coverage, we're within the building height and area. As far as the floor plan, the first floor is pretty simple. It's 22 feet wide by 50 feet long. The first floor will have a vestibule with stairs up to the second floor with the offices, and the first level is a small workshop with storage. Once you get upstairs, we just have 2 small offices up here, and then this area that's open to below for a taller space for working. The view from Main Road will be this elevation here. So we have a 4-foot awning over the entrance, the pedestrian entrance, as well as, I'm going to zoom out actually and talk about all 4, as well as the garage entrance. And then on the second floor are the offices. So we decided to use a monosloped structure just because we were longer than we were wide. So a gable end in this orientation would just look really extruded. We do have the gun shop next to us, which is that extruded structure, but we thought this would break up that facade a little bit better. The north elevation does not have any windows on there, and then the west elevation, which is not visible from Main Road, just has a couple windows and man door on the back here. So if we're looking at the, I'm just gonna flip back actually, to the site plan. Up in the front here, I think the plantings for us are pretty important, just so that we can, when you're coming down Main Road heading south, we wanted to sort of, you know, plant that area up so that that north side is a little bit less visible, because it is a blank wall, and then the south side, which we'd be receiving more of that natural light for our offices and workshop, is more open. And then just so that we have reference, and we have 793 Main is on the left here, and that's that white block building, and then 777 Main Road is to the right of this, which is that extruded form of the gun shop. And that's pretty much it.
So, comments from the planning board members? Questions?
A couple of questions. So, I appreciate that you haven't put parking in the front. I'm curious to know if the setback of the building is beyond the requirement. Because one of the issues, and you're gonna have a challenge around materials and design.
Yeah.
I'll just be forthright and tell you that.
Yeah.
And what's starting to happen, unfortunately, on our main road is more of this building type, which
Right.
from a design perspective is not desirable or ideal. So if there is consideration where, and I don't know how you're dealing with the mitigation through the rain garden, if that were to be moved elsewhere, but if the building actually sat closer to the road as a proper main street.
Yeah.
And then I'm wondering about your parking, because you've already got it to the side.
So I can answer a couple of these questions pretty easily. So right here, this sort of dashed line, it's actually it's better on the prints that you guys have. This dashed line is the setback, and per the form-based code, parking and the building has to be within that setback, and we didn't want to seek a variance because we didn't have a good reason or hardship of why we would pull it forward. And if we were to seek a variance, we would at that point probably seek a variance to also increase the size of the building, because we still are well under the lot coverage.
Is the purpose at all retail facing, or is it primarily, in other words, do customers come in and out to meet with?
We would have
fabricators?
our clients, we're a custom residential construction company, so we would have our clients come in and meet with us. We are trying to break into the design build field, so we would have like a materials library up on that second floor, and design meetings up there.
But not retail. It is
Not retail,
not
no.
retail.
No, but an active use where people are coming and going.
I would say not on a daily basis, no, definitely not.
And in terms of, because I saw I believe it's the south elevation, you have obviously a door to get larger. What sort of delivery or materials are coming and going?
That would be for like our personal trucks coming in and out. Wes can probably answer
Yes,
that a little better.
we don't manufacture, we do mostly install in our residential build-outs. But we have a small array of, typical shop machines such as table saw and thickness planers. We don't run materials in and out of our location. We operate mostly from where our job sites are. A large part of it's storage. We got a bit of storage items that we need to keep inside and undercover, so it's more for consolidating and very minor shop usage.
Ashley, do you know, is this part of, I don't have the overlay, but the pedestrian-friendly district?
Yes, it is.
Neighborhood business.
Neighborhood business.
Neighborhood business.
It's neighborhood business, not
Yeah.
pedestrian.
Right.
And do you know, I'm looking at the Google Maps
Yeah.
version of this. So right now, where you're proposing the building footprint, does it sit on the same line of the existing structures that are adjacent? In other words, if I were to draw a line, is that the building?
It's, so
or
it's
is it
about
set further back?
5 feet in front of the auto body on the left, but it's behind the gun range. So if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So they're pretty much in line, but a little bit back from the gun range.
So I think one of the, from a design perspective, streetscape and maintaining kind of consistency
Yeah.
is something that I personally am interested in and what the code is trying to get to.
Yeah.
And so there may be some room to navigate that. If you're right up against the line, then you're in that question about a variance.
Are you talking about, like, so it's in a parallel line to the gun shop?
No, bringing it closer to Main Street,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Right. And the only other thing I
Yeah.
would say is from your side renderings is seeing an entirely flat
Yes.
two-dimensional structure, again, from a pedestrian's perspective and a design perspective.
I think
There
in,
needs a little more variation between the levels, so you're not just looking at that vertical. These are things that are gonna come up in design, but I think if you were to look at how you could vary that, both the material and
Yeah.
what seems to be an incredibly flat surface, other than the canopy that you're proposing.
Yes.
And the fenestration, I think, is really important.
Yeah, we do have like a very low budget for this, which was our reason for going to a metal building and limiting the number of openings. You know, as an architect, I would love to design something really great for this property and Westwood too. But one of our constraints is the budget, and that's how we're trying to make this building and this office work for us.
Yeah, well, we have a few opportunities left with infill lots
Yeah.
to actually model the kind of development.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm speaking for myself right now, that we'd really like to see, but that comports with our comprehensive design. And your neighbor to the north, I don't know how that ever got built in the first place, but that is not the model that we
Which
want.
went up after the form-based code, which we were surprised to see.
But,
So-
but in fairness to that building though, its use is very unique. It's not a gun shop, it's a gun range.
Right.
And while architecturally, you know, there aren't a lot of people who are huge fans, I'll be honest, myself included, you know, that building, the metal that you see on the outside is not really, that's just sheathing. Because of the nature of what it is, I believe, the walls are required. The structure of that is 8-inch special concrete wall.
Mhm.
And it also has a very complicated ventilation system, because when you fire weapons inside a building, there are, so, you know, in fairness to the use, it's a very, very particular use that has certain, you know, air quality and as well as safety requirements, that,
Right.
you know, most other buildings don't have. But, you know, to the point of that, I think you can look at any number of other projects that have also gone in after the fact, where the applicants have worked closely with the town. I mean, the new Lifespan building, the new CVS building, I'm forgetting a couple of others, but, you know, there have certainly been applicants who have come to Main Road who understand what the town is trying
Sure.
to do. To Peter's point about design, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit different on the, maybe than some people are, than on the sort of trying to create the streetscape with the buildings up front. I've never been entirely convinced that that model's completely gonna work on Main Road in Tiverton, but I do support and understand the point behind those, behind this zoning isn't just that, well, we wanna look at things that we like to look at. It's that this is our primary and main commercial area. And most everybody in town agrees that it needs a facelift. I mean, if we're going to attract businesses and we're going to protect those businesses' investment and see that their property values increase over time, then, you know, then we've got to get some sort of agreement on, you know, we're trying to improve the visual aspect of this because it protects investment, it increases property values, and for us as a community, ideally, it attracts more businesses that, you know, that want to come here, which we need to do. So, you know, the idea of designing an architecturally compatible building, you know, is important for a lot of reasons.
So I'd just like to say that you're in the neighborhood business district, one of the 3 of our form-based code districts. And I don't know if you've seen this. These are the design guidelines for all 3 of those form-based code districts. And they're very, very different than what you have presented to us tonight. I don't feel strongly about the placement of the building. I understand why the smart growth movement encourages buildings to be put on the sidewalk to recreate a pedestrian-oriented situation. But I understand that Tiverton may be a difficult fit for Tiverton, so I'd be willing to work with you on that. But another metal warehouse on Main Road, I will not support that. Now, you can do things you could do some things to improve the facade of the building, so the portion, particularly the south facade and the east facade on Main Road, that motorists are going to see every single day, including myself. I live in that neighborhood. And that pedestrians are going to see. You can do an awful lot, but you would have to do some stick building around the metal. I'm sure the metal warehouse, you buy that off the shelf. It's just prefabbed. It comes and it goes up. But that doesn't mean it has to be the end of your project. You could do some things, I think, to really make some significant architectural improvements. But I'm not seeing that tonight, and I'm not sure that that's in your budget.
Right. I guess one of my questions would be, as far as, I want to go back to like the location of the building off of the street. So right now, the 35-foot setback is the zoning requirement. And it sounds like you're thinking that's too far, but you guys, some are thinking that that's okay. I just want to clarify that one part first.
I think you're complying with the existing regulation.
Yeah.
My point is simply that, given the unevenness of the rest of the way buildings are sited, there's an opportunity to not have, you know, to continue a pedestrian experience. You don't want sort of the streetscape to be jagging back and forth.
I think it is, though.
Edge as much as possible.
There's gonna be much more jagged with that building drawn forward. They're almost all lined up, those 3 buildings.
Well, yeah, no, but it's sitting behind.
That's the corner of the building with the draw.
But that's less of a point, I think, to Stu's point. That's the bigger issue is your design and materials.
Yes.
And, you know, what is better about this, as I said, is at least there's no parking in front, because that would be a much larger issue. So you're dealing with, you know, addressing the building to as far as you can before you need a variance will give you some latitude there.
So.
I might think too, I mean, if your goal eventually is to get into the design-build business, I'm thinking that having an architecturally appealing building might.
We design, we do a lot of modern building. Obviously, this board doesn't have a lot of experience in modern architecture, but we do a lot of modern architecture. And if you want to just drive through the east side of Providence, you'll see these lovely old vintage houses that are gorgeous, and you'll see these modern 50s modern houses plopped in between them, and it actually breaks up architecture, so everything's not staunchly the same. Architecture is not always triangles, gables, and hips. I mean, it's nice to put simplicity into elevations sometimes. And when this property was built, it would totally go away. That's the thing about it. Simplicity sometimes is better. But I can see we're not going to get there tonight, so thank you for your time.
Steps moving forward, could you guide us through that? Because, the form-based guideline is a guideline and a recommendation. It's not the building code. So I would like to talk about the steps forward and some sort of compromise that we can make this lot buildable within our budget and also make you guys, somewhat happy. And as Wes mentioned, design is, beauty is within the eye of the beholder, and design is a lot of things, and, everyone does see it differently. So I would like to come up with some sort of plan to see how we can move this forward.
Well, we can't design the building for you, but as Stu said, there are, in the form-based code, there are suggestions for each of those zoning overlays of what will work, and we're not traditionalists either, and I am not. I'm not expecting you to put an 1830s, Victorian facade, but what we're seeing is basically a flat tin box. So that's not desirable.
Okay.
I don't know how else to explain it.
It's actually got a slope.
It doesn't come anywhere close to what I could support.
Okay.
Well, I think she's trying to ask you, Stu, what could she do to get your support?
Yeah.
Do you want
Make the
wood
roof
on
two
the
different
side?
heights. Make the roof two different heights, maybe. So you get some of the idea that Wes was talking about. You have the two, you have the shed roof.
So
there's two
look at,
different heights on the shed roof. So make
look
the
at
ends
this.
two different heights
Give
and
this a
center
chance. Look at this and see how you can, given the constraints of your budget, how you can change the material from metal, how you can change the flat roof, slightly sloped roof, how you can change the fenestration to give us a more traditional southern New England Main Street look. That's what we're trying to achieve, and that the experts tell us, who helped us put this together, that will attract the kind of quality businesses that we'd like to see on our Main Street, because it is our Main Street. Mm-hmm. We spend a lot of time there, so yes, so I think going forward would be maybe to get together with Ashley and to explore some different designs in particular. We can be concerned about the placement of the structure at a later point, because I don't think that's the big issue. I think the big issue is what people are going to see when they drive by, and they're going to say, well, Stu, you're the chairman of the planning board. So I think maybe the way forward would be for you to put your architect hat on and talk to Ashley and see what you can come up with. Because this is our model, and you're right, it's not in our zoning code, so we can't, it is only our guidance. But But if you'd like to work with us, we'd be happy to work with you.
I do want to ask, going back to something that Adam had mentioned, is there a possibility that a metal structure is going to ever be approved by this board if that facade was broken up, there were other roof shapes, the fenestration pattern to your liking? Or is that just something that you guys would not entertain? I think that's
Well,
critical.
there's metal and there's metal. What you're showing us is more of a warehouse kind of a metal design, not the kind of modern architecture that you might see in Cambridge, Massachusetts. That's a different kind of a metal design. But again, I think what our design standards or our design guidelines are calling for is more of a traditional New England look. So, I'm not, I'm not sure that metal, I'm not an architect, so I don't know what you might be able to do, but you might be able to make it look a lot better, in which case you can run that by Ashley and she can circulate it to us, and maybe we can do some informal polling. But I'll tell you, my first reaction when I saw the plan is, this needs major surgery. So, but I'm doing all the talking here, and what do the rest of you think?
I think they can stay within their budget and do something a little bit nicer than just the clear cut vertical metal, extruded metal. They could probably do something a little more design friendly with the extruded metal, adjust some roof lines, build up one, maybe make one side a little higher than the other. Give it that modern architecture that you guys are talking about, and still, I agree.
If it's helpful, there's no absolute, we won't look at anything that's metal. It's
Right.
it's the design, it's the intent, it's the variation of form and structure. Try different materials combined, including,
Right.
so, there's a wealth of things you can do that I think are within your
Sure.
budget that will address our concerns and help you get to where you want to go.
May I ask a question? Do you specialize in modern architecture? Is that a?
I've built many shingle-style houses, but over the last 15 years, the architects that I work for have kind of morphing more into modern houses, so I kind of morphed along with it and found a great joy in building something different. And simplicity isn't easier, it's just has a different look.
I'm just going to throw this out there as one sort of thing that I have seen some of, mostly because I have horses, which is that I've seen a number of metal barn buildings, some of which that look a little contemporary.
Yeah.
That with the mix of sort of interesting fenestration, even a contemporary barn door, that might be something that, would allow you to work with metal, but maybe some place of a compromise, and even if it has kind of a contemporary bent, but it sort of harkens back a little bit, there's kind of a barn feel to it. I've seen some actually that I think are quite attractive, even if they're done with, a certain amount of metal and even a, sort of traditional barn metal roof kind of thing. Just the thought of maybe a direction.
Sure.
I think the problem is that all you see is metal.
Yeah.
So if there's something on the facades that are facing the street, facing the pedestrian way, that break up that metal.
So I do
Well,
want to.
that would be simple to alter.
stone at the
Very-
bottom or
yeah.
something.
I would just do it in wood.
Well, I think
I could do a
adding-
metal structure and.
I think adding wood to a metal structure is moving you in the right direction, and I
I think
think,
the metal roof is better than asphalt, though.
and I mean, this is just me personally, they make the decision, I don't. I'm less concerned, I think, with the fact that you have a sloped flat roof. That's not that offensive to me, but I think, you know, the components of this that are facing the public realm are just kind of very stark. So if there was something using wood or stone or some kind of natural elements to bring into that, that broke up that, you know, stark facade, I think you can work with the metal building. I don't think anyone here is telling you, no, get rid of the metal building.
Could we work with this design in everyone's opinion if the whole outside was a wood finished outside with the shape that it is? If it was entirely wood?
I agree with Ashley. We're asking you to be a little more creative, and think of different ways of maybe combining metal and wood and maybe bricks, I don't know, stone.
A little more variation.
And variation, breaking up the facade, and interesting fenestration. Yeah, but you're the architects, I'm not, you know.
Yeah, but what, we have to design what you like, not what we like.
Right, so when you say creative, you know, that's such a subjective, that's a subjective word.
Well, I think what I'm hearing from them, again, is that it's a lot of metal,
Yeah.
it's a lot of flat.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of detail or anything to kind of make it a little more interesting. So if you
Yeah.
can work with the metal structure and add on to that metal structure, bringing in wood, bringing in stone, you know, other ways of bringing in kind of some natural elements to break up those flat surfaces, I think you're moving in the right direction. And I
Yeah.
think you're hearing that the issue is not the fact that you have a metal building, it's the fact that you have a kind of a very kind of stark box
Right.
that doesn't really fit with,
Yeah.
you know, the design aspirations of this district. But I do think you're also hearing that there are relatively simple and, you know, somewhat inexpensive ways to kind of dress this up a little bit and make it more appealing. I mean, you are unfortunately ridiculously constrained on this site. I mean, that is unfortunate because in order to do anything in the front of this building, you're gonna either violate the setbacks or you're gonna have to make your actual physical structure smaller, which is
Right.
really unfortunate. Cause I think by putting something onto the front of this that kind of broke that up, that wasn't a flat, you know, if you did some kind of like wooden, you know,
Yeah.
overhang or something for a portion of it, it would do a lot, but your setbacks are pretty bad. It's a really constrained site.
Yes. Well, I appreciate your feedback, and I look forward to working with you on tweaking this to get back here, ideally for next month.
Rick
You shouldn't
is,
discount a dimensional variance either.
I agree.
I'm-
It's an
It's
extra
lot.
step in your process, but I think getting, this deserves a dimensional variance.
And if it's not the entire length of the building. if
Even
it's
just a portion in the
that-
front.
That's where I was sort of going about, I mean, I think you're
Yeah.
trying to do fit within, but if you're feeling constrained by that, that's not a big step. I mean, it's another step in the process, but it's allowable
Yeah.
to seek.
And I think
dimensional
it's something
variance.
that this planning board would send you to zoning with a supportive recommendation
Yeah.
to get a
And
dimensional
especially in
variance.
previous livings.
Especially if it's something in the front that's not necessarily like structural, it's not part of the building, but it's some kind of, you know, whether it's a post and beam or something in the front that creates that
Yeah.
different feel.
Yeah.
That breaks up that flat wall. This planning board will support that and send you to zoning with that
So
support.
could we send some renderings just through the website on the town to get a feel before we actually come forward again and maybe not be there yet?
Well, you can send stuff to me
Yes.
or to Ed.
You know, because
Actually, to Ed.
if we try to do something, then we come back and we just get told, well, you're getting closer. You know, and then
Right.
another month
That's a
goes
good
by.
point.
So if we,
So I think you have a couple of options. I'm happy to meet with you with renderings of other options or ideas.
yeah,
That's less about design than it is about
What
technical.
you want.
The other option you have too is to come up with, in a pretty simple way like you've done with these, come up with some things that you think are feasible within your budget as alternatives. The only way you can present alternatives to them is at a meeting.
right.
But you can present alternatives to them and they can tell you that we like that, we don't like that.
Yeah.
And there are pictures Stu's gonna hold it up again. There are examples in there.
They need to be more creative in there.
If, this was put together precisely to answer the questions that you're asking. What do we want to see? It's right here. This is what we want to see. And you can make variations of this, you can combine different ideas. But if you go through this and take it seriously, then that will, and come back with something that's consistent, then yes, we'll approve it.
Could they fit in under design?
Unfortunately, you have your neighbor to the
It's
north.
just design review.
And
Yes, I know.
that is-
Yeah, but look at the design.
I was very opposed of that building going up.
Site plan review.
Okay, I think that's all we can tell you.
And that would give, if they did design review, then they could have a TRC.
Okay, well,
She just still talking. Are we done with her?
there's probably other people waiting, maybe.
Read it, it's kind
Todd
of
and
fuzzy.
I'll look at it.
So we have other items here on our agenda, but, yes, Rick?
I just have a question, and if it's not allowed, you don't have to answer. But is an applicant allowed to submit plans of a building, or drawings to Ashley, the AO, the town planner, and get feedback from her without speaking for the planning board?
Yep, no, that's exactly what we were proposing.
Okay, I wasn't quite clear on the discussion at the end, which was my question. So an applicant is allowed to send it to the AO, say, hey, has this kind of thing been approved before? Is this fall in the guidelines? Okay, thank you for that.
That's what we're suggesting.
Okay, thank you. And the second and last question
This is
is
design review. May
DPW.
elect to meet with the design.
Yes, and thanks for coming, Rick.
Thank you.
Assistance through an informal review.
All right, we'll look at it.
So there's that weird language there, which maybe gives them, might give them an opportunity to.
Okay, we still have a few items on our agenda to go through, and I think we can go through these relatively quickly. It is getting up to 10 o'clock. So we are now on agenda item number 6, Planning Board, and the first item on our agenda is the election of officers. So I would invite anybody to make a nomination for chair. We'll start with chair. And if we get a nomination for chair, then we need to get a second in order to proceed.
I'm raising my hand over here. I'd like to nominate Stuart Hardy for chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a nomination and a second. Now, is there another nomination for chair? Because I think Robert's Rules of Order requires me to solicit other recommendations before we vote on the first recommendation. Second, anybody else? Okay, so we have a nomination, we have a second for that nomination, and we can just have a show of hands for a vote. So all of those in favor? Okay. It carries. I didn't vote because I'm not voting for myself. So do we have, well, I have a recommendation for vice chair, and I'd like to nominate Christine Shea.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a nomination and a second for Christine. Is there any other nomination for vice chair?
In
Hearing none?
fairness, she has to accept the nomination.
Hearing none. All of those in favor of Christine Shea? Congratulations. And, okay, so that brings us to 6B, discussion of current status and potential next
Did
steps.
you want to do a secretary, or we're skipping?
No, we don't, our bylaws do not. Our bylaws do have a secretary.
You do,
Yeah.
if you want one, so I'm asking.
If we want one, does anybody care to make a nomination for secretary? I don't know what a secretary would do, but, no, okay.
Minutes?
So,
Don't go there.
don't go
please.
there. 6B, discussion of current status and potential next steps in zoning code update and rewrite. And here I'd just like to call on Ashley, and then maybe Todd also, to give us an update on what is going on, that they can say publicly, or that they can say to the planning board. Keeping in mind that it is the responsibility under state law for the planning board to update zoning in a public hearing, and then also, and then make those recommendations to the town council. So, Ashley?
Sure. So I am working on a scope and budget for a zoning and subdivision regulation rewrite. Chris has requested that. I believe his intent is to ask the council to fund the project. So that is an ongoing discussion. I have asked the zoning official to provide me with his running list of problems in the zoning ordinance. Stu provided a list of items from the comprehensive plan. I have my own list of zoning ordinance issues as well that I've run across since being here. And so I'm trying to collect all of that information, make sure that that finds its way as part of that scope and budget. So I would invite you, if there are things that you're aware of or have always wanted to fix, send them to me. I'll make sure that they get within that scope and that they're budgeted for.
I can't remember if I copied you or not, but I did make a recommendation to Stu following up on his memo about an additional thing that I think is important for that scope of work.
Okay,
If I didn't copy you, I apologize, and I can forward it to you.
okay, please do. Yeah, so I mean, that offer goes out to anyone. Like I said, I've asked the building and zoning official to weigh in. Stu has weighed in with things related to the comprehensive plan. I have a list. Part of the scope of work will be to do an audit of the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations as an initial, task. Just trying to make sure that we capture as much of that we know about in advance so that it can all be accounted for, in the process.
So Ashley, you probably don't know this, but when Sue Gill was chair, she appointed a task force or a working group of planning board members to work on updates to zoning based on the most current comprehensive community plan. And I volunteered, and Christine volunteered, and Peter volunteered, And Rosemary, did you volunteer as well?
And the original one?
No, not on the original one, the one that Sue Gill appointed about a year and a half ago. I don't think you were on that one. But we had a proper vote, and we are a proper subcommittee, so we're still in existence. We haven't done anything recently because too many other things were going on. But we would be happy to pass on to you what little we did do, and also what we have been talking about lately. And so I'll be happy to pass
That would
that
be
on
great,
to you.
yeah. No, please do.
Can I have a clarification? You just said what we've been talking about lately. What does that mean? Emails? Have there been meetings?
No, I sent an email out to our group, and I copied Tricia on it, because Tricia has volunteered to join that group. Although I think Tricia would have to be voted on, so maybe we could put that on the agenda for our next meeting. But we have been talking about several ways of kind of summarizing the thrust of the comprehensive community plan.
Talking by email though, Stu, that's my question. How have you been communicating?
By email.
Okay, you can't do that. That's a meeting.
But we're a working group of the planning board. We don't have to advertise our meetings. We don't have to publish minutes. We don't have to.
According to who? According to who?
We have done this in the past with other with other planning board solicitors who have allowed us to do this. And for example, when we were putting together the comprehensive community plan, we broke our CPAC, our Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, into committees based on each one of the elements in the comprehensive plan, or chapters in the comprehensive plan. And then our groups met. I was chair of one of the groups, and we did a lot of our work by email rather than having advertised public hearings and publishing minutes, and then we would report back to the full CPAC. That's how we did it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if it's a process where we have to have agendas filed with the Secretary of State, we have to have minutes filed with the Secretary of State, that gets to be so bureaucratic, and we don't have the staff support for that.
Well, whether it's bureaucratic or not, doesn't matter. I'll look into this. I don't think this is proper, having these communications between more than 2 board members, even if you want to call yourself a subcommittee. I don't think that's proper.
Excuse me, sir. We are a subcommittee.
I understand that.
We're not just calling ourselves a subcommittee. We are.
That doesn't give you the liberty to skirt around the Open Meetings Act. I don't believe, all right? So I'm going to ask you to stop these communications. I'll look into whether subcommittees, or what is required of a subcommittee to comply with the Open Meetings Act.
Well, as I recall, and Tony DeSisto was the legal counsel, no.
Stu, this is what I'm asking. This is my legal advice. If you want to disregard it, so be it, but that's your call,
Well,
okay?
let me
And
just
I'll get back to you by
let
the
me
end of
just
the
give
week.
you a little bit more background on when we started our our working group. We asked if we could.
It's getting late. My daughter's waiting for me. Head out.
Okay. If we could have people other than members of the planning board, and we were told no, but if you keep it to just planning board members, then you can do it without, then you can have meetings, you can have email sessions without, as long as just all planning board members, without going through the usual steps of a formal meeting. That's what we were told at the
I
time.
understand what you're trying to do. I'm asking you to discontinue that until I review this process to confirm you're not violating the Open Meetings Act. That's all I'm asking at this point.
Okay, that's fine. I'll agree with that. Okay. So can I pass on anything to Ashley, or is,
She's not a member of the board.
yeah, but she's soliciting information.
Any one of you can talk to Ashley, any one of you can talk to me
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
about anything.
Okay, I will pass on to Ashley the email that I sent. Okay, so that brings us to, does anybody else have any questions about this process, or how the planning board gets involved in this process?
I just wondered, timeline-wise, given the grant and if there were still other dollars set aside, where does this put us in terms of being able to start the work once you've got everything compiled?
So my intent is within the next, like, couple of weeks to have a scope outlined, to have a budget. Well, I mean, I think the intent at this point is that Chris's recommendation to the council will be to hire Weston and Sampson to do the work under the master price agreement with the state. What I'm trying to do is put the parameters together so that can go to the council, and the council can say, they can look at that scope, there can be an exchange of information. The planning board can weigh into the council and say, we think this scope, is good, we think it needs this, and that's why I'm asking you for the information now. I want to pull what you have, to make sure that it gets in there. And again, trying to put that scope together to provide, a cost to go with it. I mean, I know that Chris wants to move relatively quickly. He would like to see this work get underway, but ultimately it has to go to the council. The council has to approve it. But I think the intent is to move.
Okay, great.
So Ashley, assuming that all gets to Chris, and then it's gonna go to the council, and be part of the budget, right? So it'll have to be approved as part of the budget.
I don't want to speak for him because I don't know that that's the intent. I think, from my conversations with him, there is ARPA funds that are available for this kind of work, and so they would pull from that money. So I don't.
So I'm getting someplace with this. So do you have to approve the ARPA funds, even though they're ARPA funds as part of the budget, or can you pull them now?
Okay, so on the 19th of this month, we're going to start having meetings on what to do with the ARPA and casino funds.
Yeah. But does it?
Hopefully, we'll soon have some idea, ballpark, of what Ashley thinks that needs to be.
Right.
Let's
But
just say.
but does that need to be approved as part of the budget process? In other words,
Well, it's going to be approved by the council.
but, right,
Not
but.
as part of the budget.
Not as part of the
But
budget.
it's not gonna have to be approved as part of a referendum. The
No.
FTR, okay, so that answers that. So realistically, assuming that it takes a couple of months, right, before you get approval, based on how old and how jury-rigged the zoning code is, like, is this a year and a half, 2 years before it's really, like, this is a big project, I know
It
that.
is a big project.
So, can you ballpark it now for us, or not yet?
I mean, I would never say that it would be any less than a year. I think you're looking at a year and a half
Or, I mean, and that's presuming, and understanding how Tiverton works, you may have it ready for the council to get through all of it, then could take some, that can take a while.
To adopt it.
Yeah, to be able to, take it in public hearings and for the council to get all their questions answered and all
Yep,
of that.
and I think part of that part of what we would recommend is that it be done by a specific committee, and that committee would represent, members of the planning board, economic development, conservation commission, like a broad group of stakeholders that work through that process so that there is that kind of diverse input throughout the process. Hopefully that helps with, getting people on board, as part of the process. But yes, it's a big project. We're talking about in some cases completely rewriting sections of the zoning ordinance. And, the trick to doing a scope of work and doing a budget for a project like this is that I've been here, 7 months now, 8 months, 7 months. I know there's stuff in the zoning ordinance that I just haven't run across because I haven't had the reason to, that are problematic and need to get fixed. And we may not find those things until after we get into this. I'm trying to do the best that I can to go out to everybody who uses the zoning ordinance and has experience with it to say, what are your, I haven't met a zoning official yet that didn't have a running list of, this needs to get fixed. So I am trying to get that from him.
You might have the zoning board too. They might have a list for you too of stuff that they're like, we don't get this.
Yep.
They actually talked about that at one of their last meetings.
Okay, that's great to know. I will talk to John about getting the message to them as well and seeking their input. It may take a little more time to pull all of this, but I think on the back end of it, it's worth it. I can give you a better scope. I can give you a more accurate, budget. With the master price agreement, we can work through that part of it. We can adjust as necessary if things come up that we weren't accounting for. We can have that conversation with the council. But yes, it's a big project. I mean, a year would be really ambitious.
I just having been here as long as I have been and having been on the council for a while too, there's not a prayer. I mean, that's why when I say 2 years, I mean, it really could.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, and as good as it will be, because it will be different from the community, there will be, public hearings with the council where a lot of people are just simply confused or overwhelmed.
Oh, sure. I mean,
like,
change is scary,
Yeah.
especially when you don't understand what you're changing and how it changes. That becomes even more, uncertain.
And that, normal council reaction when there's a lot of public input that isn't necessarily positive is to say, well, let's continue this to the next meeting. and, it's like, it just is part of the territory.
Yep.
So, but it's good to get a ballpark of where we are.
That's all I have.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments on, on the zoning update process? Seeing none, I think we can go on to number C, which is discussion on scheduling GIS and site plan. That's plans, educational meeting, and I'm going to call on Ashley.
Yes.
I guess you put this on the agenda.
I did. I'd like to, I think the original discussion was to do like a Saturday morning. I guess I just want to hear back from the group, whether you think, and I think you'd like to involve potentially, or at least invite the zoning board and other boards and commissions, and I don't know if you feel like a Saturday morning is the right time frame. If you want to do an evening meeting, like a weekday, or just tell me what you think is best. I will ask Ed to find space that's available, and we'll get it on a calendar and get out an invitation that can go out to other boards and commissions. I've spoken with Nathan about it. He is on board as well to participate, and so we will cover, site plans, we will cover the GIS, and I'd also, like to make it available to anyone who may be a newer member that doesn't have as much experience, if there are questions about the subdivision process or the planning process or any of that, you know, we should have an open discussion where people feel like they can ask those questions. When we're not in a meeting setting with an applicant sitting in front of us and there's an uncertainty about what's supposed to be happening, and then, you know, people kind of sometimes won't ask those questions or feel uncomfortable. So I'd like to provide that opportunity for everybody.
My personal preference is a Saturday morning.
Okay.
Evenings, I'd rather be fresh and,
Yeah.
you know.
No, Saturday morning would be wonderful.
And depending on how large the crowd is too, you may want to have more than one session too, you know? Maybe
We
you have a
could-
night and a Saturday.
We
you know?
could do that.
And I
It
know
depends
falls
on
your shoulders,
on
but-
the interest. I don't, it makes no difference to me. I'll do it twice if that works for everyone. I just wanted to get your feelings before, because I think Stu I had only heard from Stu about a Saturday morning. I wanted to make sure before we schedule something, that's what works best for people.
Saturday works great for me.
Okay.
I think it's a great idea too, to be able to have some discussion, and I'm assuming Todd will be there too, yes?
Yes, you will.
To yell at people for saying things they shouldn't.
And,
Yes.
no, but I think it's,
That's his
you know,
job.
no, but I think it's great to be able to have a discussion about things that, without an applicant, or,
Yes.
you know, because you obviously can't discuss somebody who's in front of you or about to come in front of you, but there are topics and questions, and we may have questions, and frankly, you guys may have things that you would like to take the time to say, listen, while we're here,
Yeah,
let me
and
explain this to you.
I think the best way to do it also is to bring, and Nathan and I can discuss, you know, who gets this and where it comes from, but bring you a site plan that's not from Tiverton, so you can easily ask questions about any of it, process, you know, all of those things without any concerns for running afoul of meeting violations or anything like that. You know, we will not use Tiverton as an example project for you to look at.
I
Go
have
ahead.
one other suggestion, and I think we have this from a Lorraine Joubert thing. You know, Tiverton is a little unique in that we have not a lot in the way of public water, but we have 2 reservoirs, and we have a lot of groundwater. I doubt she'd mind if we used it, but we had Lorraine Joubert from, you know Lorraine, came and did a seminar for us, and she did, there's like 6 slides of unique Tiverton concerns, like, you know, just sort of what makes us a little unique compared to some other communities, things that relate to, you know, planning and zoning decisions. And I'm sure if you got the slides, you could talk to them, Ashley. If I can find them, I'll send them to you.
Okay.
Because that's just another sort of, a lot of people really don't understand our relationship with the 2 reservoirs that we have here, and the fact that they're both impaired. You know, it's another
Yep.
good thing to know.
I think I have those slides as well. I
Yeah.
kept them.
Did you? Yeah.
Saturday would be great for me too. How about
Okay,
Okay.
we will
Okay.
move forward on that quickly.
Super. Okay, that brings us to number D, which is approval of minutes. And we have both November 15 and December 6. So, would anybody like to, well, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for November 15, 2022. And if we get a second, then we can have a discussion and we can make corrections. So I think Tricia seconded. So discussion on the minutes of November 15, 2022. Did anybody find any gremlins or?
Addition,
Yes.
Christine and I were on the TRC on page 4 for Brookdale.
Okay.
Right?
So Ed, did you get that? Okay.
Brookdale, you were on Brookdale's TRC.
Yes, you would.
We were.
It's late,
I
I don't know.
haven't.
I believe you.
You were there too.
Sure.
Okay. Any other corrections, comments? Seeing none, just a show of hands then. All of those in favor of approving the minutes? Okay. Yes, okay. And Christine, did you vote?
I wasn't there.
You weren't there, okay. So Christine exempts herself because she was not there, but everybody else voted yes.
But you were appointed to the TRC?
why I was like, is that true?
She was at the meeting.
Okay, so that brings us to the December 6th minutes.
Chris was the only one at the Brookdale TRC.
I was there.
You were there, but you weren't part of the TRC, you were sitting in with Sue.
I stand
I
corrected.
know, Sue Anderson.
Got the wrong
Yeah.
PRC.
So there's no correction?
No corrections.
So revised motion?
Revised motion, no correction.
Still seconded?
Approve as is without correction. So, and
Thank you, Ed.
do you want a second vote on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so a revised, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, unanimous. Unanimous. Okay, so that brings us to December 6th. I'm going to make a motion to approve the minutes of December 6th. If we get a second, then we can have a discussion. Chris is seconding it, so I'm opening it up to discussion now. Do we have any gremlins or typos or flat-out errors that anybody spotted?
I did.
Good.
Page 1.
Huh?
Christine's name is spelled incorrectly.
Okay.
She's
Okay.
being picked on tonight.
I spy.
And in,
Kristen.
Under members
Get that a
present?
lot.
yes, sir. Page 1.
That's my mistake, I did that.
And?
then, in the first item, we had a two-lot subdivision. The engineer labeled it as 3 on the plan, if you recall, in the back. He didn't give us a full plan, but then he had
Yes,
lot
yes,
3.
exactly.
And it says 2-lot in the agenda item.
It's a
Well-
free lot?
Hold on.
No, 2-lot. It was a 2-lot subdivision as noted in the agenda. And then when we got the plan, we found out Tricia brought in the back part, and the engineer had labeled it as Lot 3.
So what's your correction, Rosemary?
With it, it's a 2-lot.
No,
It's 3
Labeled.
lots.
It was 3 lots labeled.
it is a 3-lot.
It is? How come the agenda said 2? Creation.
That's what the application
That was
has.
the application said it was
It was an
incorrect.
okay. It
Yeah.
wasn't a full plan, too.
It was a 3-lot, it is a 3-lot subdivision.
It is.
So it is a three.
Yes,
But the
Yeah.
application said 2.
it
Yeah,
did.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're gonna
That's
leave it as
exactly right, I
3.
remember
All right.
that now, yep. It was confusing because the plan was incomplete as well, so, okay, so we have,
Is there anything else, Rosemary?
I just got these tonight. I haven't
Okay.
had a chance to read them.
Um,
Cursory.
So I think we're ready to call the question. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Abstain.
abstain. Yeah, good.
I was absent.
And you were absent, so two members were absent, Janice and Peter, but everybody else voted yes. So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Ed, for doing those. And that brings us now to planning office project status sheet. So Ed, can you address that?
So we had two administrative subdivisions that were approved. One decision, the zoning decision went up on the website. The latest decision for the Fogland LLC administrative subdivision, that will be going up, Dave Roberts puts it up. So those were approved, and they'll be, one's already on the website, the other one will be on the website, so that we can see that. As far as minor subdivisions, we don't have any right now. For major land development, I don't know if everybody knows, but North Point withdrew well. Brookdale, I updated, I did put the certificate of completeness on there for Brookdale. As well as the crematorium. Actually, I wasn't sure Brookdale's dates. I don't know if those are correct. I did double check, but
I think the current,
What we have
Well-
on the agenda is correct.
what we have on the agenda is correct. Okay. So, those.
Doesn't really matter.
What?
Doesn't matter anymore.
No, right.
Okay, anyways.
Anyway, concept plans are everything that we've seen so far. It's just come across as just, that's everything that's happening.
Thank you, Ed. Does anybody have any questions for Ed? And you still haven't heard anything about that clear-cut lot
I've not
up
heard
in,
anything on that. I had a
just
lot of
just south of
about
the...
it, but it's just, nothing's come up.
Good, okay. Okay. So that brings us to the final item, which is legislative update, and I'm going to call on Todd to give us a...
I will be very brief on this. My memo was very brief on it, I hope as well. Most importantly, voting. It's a majority of those members present at the time of the vote, it's no longer a majority of the members of the board. That went into effect January 1st, I'm sorry. There have been some changes with times for comprehensive permits, master plan, determination of completeness is different for Ashley, so that's why I put that in there for you, my friend. But master plan approval of a comprehensive permit, applications we receive going forward, that is now reduced from 120 days to 90 days. There's new criteria for denying a comprehensive permit application. I've made that language in bold. It's more difficult. The General Assembly has made it more difficult to deny a comprehensive permit. Let's see. General Assembly has also added types of units that can be included in low and moderate income now. You can read that there yourself. But interestingly, they have added accessory dwelling units as potential LMI units, only as a half unit though. Yeah.
Meaning it only counts as half?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good luck. What's going to affect all of you soon is the education requirement that I identify on page 2. Everyone's required to have a 3-hour introductory course now, and then a 1-hour annual renewal course or update. And because you're special and you're on the planning board, you also have to take a 2-hour sea level rise and stormwater management course every 2 years. And then finally, DEM and CRMC finally got its act together based on 2015 legislation and promulgated regulations for wetland buffers and setbacks, which will negate some of your local ordinances in that respect. So that's as quick as I can do it to get you out of here.
Thank you.
The educational.
Yes.
I've taken that before, it doesn't apply, right? This
If
is a
you've
new
taken it
one?
before,
Yes, it's been mandatory.
the sea level rise one was mandatory. That was the
And so was
first
the
one.
other one.
Yeah.
No,
Which
there was
one?
another one before that. I'll
there are exemptions. I don't know if what you took qualifies, but
one up there too. Pick it up there.
Are these still offered, do you know, in the same format that was an online
Well,
webinar kind of thing?
They're part of the education component of this is that statewide planning has to, like,
Put
they have
together the
to put
courses.
together the courses. Like, there has to be available courses for you. So I believe that's in process. I mean, typically, Grow Smart and statewide planning would partner and they would do training sessions, and they had like their standard, 4 or 5 that they would rotate and move about the state.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how it's gonna come out, but there is going to be available training for you to meet these requirements.
We got a certificate and we had to file it with the town clerk's office.
That was for the sea level rise.
No, that was, I think that was open meeting. and-
Mandatory, no?
There has never been a training requirement other than the sea level rise stuff that was done through URI.
Yeah.
Was it through
And there was
statewide planning?
there was an online course for the sea level stuff.
That's what I remember.
Yeah.
That
And you printed out a certificate when you
Right.
finished.
Exactly.
We had that one, and we could also attend it up at the Pink Elephant there.
So Tricia, did you have a
I
question?
did, well, actually, I had a comment, which is, thank you for the update on this, Todd. But I was wondering whether or not, as a board, as well as Ashley and Todd, I think this is gonna be a busy year at the General Assembly for land use. You don't roll your eyes.
Oh,
This is-
it's gonna be a very
it's gonna
busy
be a
year.
really busy year. And not that that is necessarily in our purview to argue over, but it is for the town council, and for the town council to be aware of what is going on, and whether or not there's legislation that's going to, affect us as a community, which is very frequent. So I wondered if maybe we should make a point each month, if we can, of paying attention to what, if any of us hears or knows about something that's been introduced, if for no other reason, to alert the council and let the council know. I mean, Ashley and Todd may see the council before we see them and may say, listen, you guys should pay attention to this, but I don't think it would be a bad thing for us to do, because we may be asked for comments from the council, we may be asked for help. They may say, are there conditions here that are particular to Tiverton that, make this really a especially damaging piece of legislation? So I just think maybe spending 5 minutes at the end of every meeting, keeping that on our agenda, and deciding whether or not, we should make sure that the council's aware of something.
So I'm happy to give you an update every month. As chapter president of the American Planning Association for Rhode Island, we track legislation in coordination with statewide planning. So statewide planning reviews the bills every Monday. They create a list of any bills related to land use, zoning, transportation, and all that. That email comes directly to me. We also are affiliate members of the League of Cities and Towns, who tracks legislation. We meet with them on a pretty routine basis. We have a legislative committee within APA. We track legislation in coordination with statewide planning and the league. We often will offer testimony. I'm not sure who is aware, but we are currently waiting on the Land Use Commission, who was put together 2 years ago now, to take a look at the state enabling legislation for comprehensive planning, zoning, and subdivision. We've seen at least initial recommendations. Some of them are fine, some of them are really scary. We are paying attention to that. We are actively inserting ourselves in that process. We think that, we know that will result in legislation this year. The speaker has made it a priority for this to happen. He's also made housing a priority. So there is and the Land Use Commission broke themselves into 4 subcommittees: comprehensive planning, subdivision, zoning, and housing. We feel good about comprehensive planning. We feel relatively good about subdivision. We have concerns with some of the things that have come out of zoning and housing. There is also the Low to Moderate Income Housing Commission, who is still actively meeting, and we don't know what is going to come out of that. But I think to say that this year will be busy for land use related legislation is it's an understatement. I'm expecting a flood of bills.
So Ashley, would it be a good idea to just put this on as an agenda item under planning board for all of our monthly, regular monthly meetings. And then if nothing happens, you don't have to say anything, we just pass it over. But if something's going on, then you can address it and we can stay
I
stay
can
up
at
and
least
up to date.
notify you of it. I mean, I
Yeah.
know that there are some communities that are already starting to pay attention to this. I believe Hopkinton is like in the process of putting together a resolution. The town of Exeter is in the process of putting together a resolution. They're starting to pick up on, the snowball rolling down the hill and are getting ready to express concerns.
Okay, super. So Ed, you can do that, right? Just as a regular item. Super, thank you.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
we'll make sure it conforms with the act.
And if anyone has any
Agendas.
particular questions or you want to have a conversation, about what we know about the Land Use Commission, what we think is coming out, I'm happy to talk to anyone about any of that.
Okay, I think we're ready to adjourn.
Motion.
Next meeting?
And our next meeting is February 7th. Put it down on your calendar.
Make a motion, 10:36, 10:31,
10:30.
32.
10:32, okay.
7th, you say?
Motion to adjourn. Privilege motion.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We got a lot done tonight.
Spirit.